Oi.
One moment.
Oi.
Hello, Pixie. Just let me turn the music down.
You showed up.
I hope you're well. Hello. Welcome again to the Finding Gnosis show. Do click on the link if you want to talk to everybody. We have already got Chickpea here. Chickpea can't wait to talk, so she even talks before me. Chickpea, how are you?
I'm fine. You showed up in the thingies for once. That's the first time
I?
ever.
Fantastic. That's amazing.
Yes, you showed up.
Miracles do happen.
Yes.
So we are live, and you broke the meditation. We were meditating simply on what is.
All right.
Now, that is what you were meant to be doing before you came on here. So I'm wondering, did you in fact meditate on what is?
No.
And
no,
during meditation, what did you think about?
I was watching cat videos.
You're watching cat videos?
Yes.
Nothing new there then?
No, there's nothing new there.
So welcome if you're new here. We are live on YouTube, Facebook, and
so you're back on thing then.
We're on X.com. Yeah, we're back on StreamYard, baby. I listened to you, and I thought, you know what? They prefer the StreamYard, so I'll do as they tell me. You know? I'm a people pleaser. What can I say?
Yes, you have to.
Well, hopefully tonight we might hear from some of the long-lost tribe members, such as J.E., who couldn't get on here when we were using Restream. So hopefully we'll hear from J.E. If you're out there, J.E., do come on and tell us what is going on. If you are in the waiting room, if you're in the audience, don't be afraid to come on and join the party. We are here simply just to shoot the breeze, talk about what is going on off the cuff in a gentle, friendly manner. Perhaps we'll have some light-hearted debate along the way. But there'll be no falling out, not on my watch. So, yes, Chickpea, tell us something amazing.
Actually, I'm reading the reveal, that David Icke's one of David Icke's latest books.
Yeah.
And, you know what gets me about David Icke? I know I shouldn't say this, but he's always talking about all the negative energy in the world. We're all creating this terrible negative energy. And he does mention the negative energy that comes from the factory farms and the slaughterhouses and things. But he is a meat. He's not a vegan. He's carnivore. He's an absolute meat eater. So are his two sons. And I find that so strange of him.
Yes, I mean, as we said already, it is odd. He seems to think that everything can feel suffering, even grass. He's one of these. I believe they call it panpsychism. That everything is consciousness.
Yeah.
And in the material world, and I suppose that's how he gets out of that one. But no proof of that. We do have proof that animals can suffer.
Yes.
So he really is stretching it there.
Yes. Plus, he's contradicting himself even with that, because by being a meat eater, he's causing 10 times more suffering to grass than we are, because it takes 10 kilograms of grain protein to make 1 kilogram of beef protein. And let's not forget all water, of course. I find it so hard to understand why he does that. And what else is there? I don't quite understand about him. And there's something else.
There's lots of things I don't understand about David Icke. But however, he is bringing out a new book, right? What's it called?
Yeah, The Trap. Yeah, I've ordered it. You can't order it online. You can't order.
Are you sure it's called The Trap? I thought it was called something else.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. You're right. Yes. God, my brain. Now I'm getting my brain.
Well, let Chickpea find out what that book is called, and can you give us a little synopsis about it? What's entailed for the reader?
Well, I think it's just how to get out of the trap we're in.
How to get out of the trap we're in.
But he's already told us, basically he does believe in the tunnel of light and in the dark, and he does say to me just to not go into that tunnel of light, because of course that's how you get caught back up in it again.
But how does he know? How does anybody know? I mean, the point is, Chickpea. The point is, fair enough. There may be people who went towards the tunnel of light and came back here, but we haven't got any messages from people who didn't go towards the light, have we? Because, you know, that means they didn't come back here.
They don't come back,
and we can't get any third party testimonial from those individuals, can we? So we don't actually know if he's telling the truth, do we? But we don't know if he's telling the truth, then, do we?
Well, yeah, but the Gnostics
Isn't it
said
still a
this
mystery?
too, didn't they? They said to go into the dark. The Gnostics years and years ago said go into the dark. That's how he knows it. He does relate the stories of the old Gnostics.
On Twitter, hello on Twitter if you're watching us, or x.com as the newbies call it. I am a dinosaur in that regard. And hello to anybody watching us on Facebook. You know, the link has been shared. You can come on from those platforms as well. We are streaming live right now from StreamYard.
You know what else gets me about him? You know what else gets me?
What else gets you about it?
He criticizes Jeff Bezos and Amazon, but sells his books on there.
Does he? Oh yeah, he does sell his books on there, doesn't he? Yeah, you're right. You are right again. You are right again. You've done your homework, young lady.
Well, not really, no, because I've been reading this drivel for years. But yeah, he and what else does he do that I don't understand? There's something else. But anyway, yeah, I'm reading the thing.
You're reading his books, and you're looking for
he does come out.
You still haven't told us what it's going to be called, Chickpea.
Oh God, what is it called? The new book, The Trap or something, or I think it's called The Trap, isn't it?
I thought it was called The Road.
Oh, The Road, okay. Yeah.
Is it? I don't know.
Hold on, let me just Google it.
Find out. Don't be giving out false information.
Just book. What's it going to be called? The Trap. Oh no, sorry. God, me and my brain. Oh gosh, no, The Trap is already done. He's got a book called The Trap.
Right.
Unfortunately, oh God, I can't check The Road. Is it yeah? Is it The Road? I don't know. It doesn't matter because it's not on sale yet. It's still in the process of being printed off.
Indeed. So, guys, anybody watching, if you want to come on, we're here to talk about what is this place, what is going on. You can talk about philosophy, you can talk about news, you can talk about the paranormal. As I said, it's up to you. Greetings to Brother Marcus. I do hope you are exceedingly well, sir, and hopefully you'll come on and put your bum down on one of our virtual seats and help us get the party going. That would be very well received from our end. Yeah, at the moment, there's about 9 people watching. Hello to each and every one of you. I do hope things are going very well for you indeed, if you deserve things to be going very well for you. If not, please change your behavior. Chickpea.
Yes.
Tell me something about what is going on in the world today in the news. Did Chickpea look at the news today?
Not really, no.
Chickpea did not look at the news today. Is that a common way for
Chickpea I don't watch MSM. I don't watch mainstream media at all.
I don't watch mainstream media. May I ask why don't you watch mainstream media? Are you not intrinsically linked to everything as is everybody else?
Well, I don't have a TV set.
You don't have a TV set?
No, I don't have a TV set.
Do you have a radio? Do you have the internet? Can you not go on worldnewsbbc.com?
No, I just, yes, I should do really, I suppose. But then I live this weird life. Like I don't have any clocks.
You don't have any clocks?
No. I don't know what the time is.
You've told me that before.
Yeah.
So, Chickpea, you don't have any clocks. You haven't been more than 2 miles away from your home in 30 years. You don't watch the news.
No.
You have 5 cats, am I right? 5 cats? 5 cats? Is it 5 cats?
7 cats.
7 cats. Hello to Yerf dogs. Giggity. And yeah, do come on, guys, if you're there already.
But I used to watch the TV, and I used to watch clocks, and I used to all those things, and then I had my op and I stopped doing everything.
So now, listeners, dear listeners, if you are not easily shocked, then continue listening. Chickpea, by her own admission, used to be a sex maniac.
No, it
And
wasn't. No, it wasn't. I was just a
No?
normal wild child.
You're a wild child, but you like to
Yeah.
have sex, right?
Well, yeah,
And
because
party.
we used to go out drinking and partying and everything. Yes.
And then you said, in your own words, you got spayed.
Yes. And now behave like
Now,
a spayed cat.
ever since she got spayed, she doesn't go more than 2 miles from her home. She doesn't feel the need to watch the news, and she doesn't have a clock.
No, that's not entirely true. No.
Go ahead, then. Explain to me what's happened.
Oh, I forgot to mention. Do you know David Icke's got the same autoimmune disease as me? He's got
Oh dear,
RA.
yeah. Oh dear. I think that's why he gave up playing football, right?
Yes, it's why I stopped working.
Oh
Why I
dear.
stopped everything.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, no, because you can't. If it's when it's active and it's in my feet, I can't walk. I can't get down steps.
Yeah,
With
yeah,
my
yeah.
hands, I can't type.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite nasty when you're young. I think it's easing off as I'm getting older, because as you get older, of course, your immune system begins to diminish. And so,
Oh, I see. Is that what happens?
yeah, it's the immune system.
Okay.
Causes
So
it.
basically, as you get older, it lays off a bit.
Yeah, it lays off. It's not, plus the stinging nettle helps. But I used to be in the most terrible pain with it, really bad pain. Yeah. And it took, that's why I had to stop working. That's why I stopped everything. My whole life just sort of all of a sudden, in the space of a few years, came to a grinding halt, and I turned into a little homely cat lady. It was like it was. They do say life begins at 40.
They do say that.
Yes, and my life, literally, what I live now, began when I was around about 40, late 30s, 40s. Yeah. It was yeah. And you know
Guys,
what?
if you are watching, please share the stream somewhere. That would help the algorithm. Someone might find us.
You might find it something happens to you when you get to 40, or start happening to you when you get to 40.
Oh, I've got there already now, Chickpea.
Are you finding things glitching a bit?
Do you know what? I feel relatively good at the moment. So, touch wood, that continues for us. I hope that continues, and trying my best now. But yeah, you do have to watch it. You do have to start looking after yourself more. Undoubtedly, you start feeling things that you didn't feel before, and
oh, you're starting to find it, are you?
No, I haven't got any aches or pains yet. As I said, touch wood, I don't get any. I just hope that I continue for as long as possible like that, because I know I do understand it. It mustn't be nice to feel these aches and pains. And no.
Still, I don't know.
But you're okay now. You said it's in remission, so you're not feeling too bad.
Yeah, as I've got older, it's eased off. Plus, the stinging nettle tincture has made a huge difference, something that we're not told about.
Thank you to Leda Laney on Facebook, who just gave us a like. Nice to have you with us, Leda. Please share the stream somewhere. That would be nice, so we get more people just like you. So yeah. Sorry, Chickpea. As you were saying.
As I was saying, the stinging nettle tincture is something that isn't talked about by medics or the medical profession. Made a huge difference, and it has done huge difference. Enormous. You wouldn't believe. But then it was known for that before Big Pharma came into being.
Can you make that at home yourself, or do you have to buy it in the shop?
Well, I buy mine from this herbalist in southeast London. I suppose if you know how to cook.
Is he in Greenwich? I heard there's
it's in SC19 Southwark area. Baldwins, they're called. Baldwins and
so you pop across the Thames to the rough side.
No, they send it to me. You don't think I get everything sent to me, D&W. You don't think I go out shopping, do you?
Oh my goodness me, of course. I forgot you don't go anywhere that's further than 2 miles from your home.
I don't go outside Hackney. Literally, I haven't been outside Hackney for years.
I'd say for most of it, you don't go anywhere more than 100 meters from your home. Would I be right? For most of your life?
About 15 minutes walk.
15 or 50?
Well, I sometimes go down to. I used to go to Tower
You have to
Hamlets
give any
years back.
place names. Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
Oh, sorry. And I used to go
That's all right.
walking off here, then everywhere. But no, I've gone from one mad extreme to another, and I have. It's actually happened. I've just gone from one extreme to another. I don't know. I mean, it's just happened like that. I don't know. Weird. Yes, I've had a weird life.
There was a plane crash yesterday. You heard about that in America, but it was a cargo plane. But 11 people died. It was that's not nice. But it was a bad old crash. The jet fuel caused an inferno as it hit the ground.
Yeah.
Brutal. But yeah, 11 people dead or so far.
Yeah.
I can't imagine they were all on the plane. They must have been on the ground because it was a cargo plane. I don't think cargo planes have that many people on them. But let me just have a look.
No, it's carrying petrol. I mean, ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, it says more than a dozen others were injured in the crash from burns and shrapnel and injuries to smoke inhalation. Sorry, what did you say, darling?
What are they doing carrying petrol on a plane?
Well, jet fuel, darling. They do have to fly, Was it petrol? No, it's just the jet fuel, wasn't it?
That's another thing about David Icke, actually. It's another thing that I find about him. He denies that global warming is man-made.
Oh.
Yeah, now, I mean, it is man-made.
But he does believe in it.
Huh?
He does believe in global warming. He does think does he believe that we are facing a crisis in terms of the climate changing to the degree that it threatens?
No, I don't think. Yeah, he's one of these deniers. He seems to be weird. Because I mean, obviously, it's man-made. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised.
Well, there are a lot of skeptics out there.
Yeah, well, yes, I know. It's a lot. Scary because if we don't pay attention, it's going to get very, very bad in the future. Because I tell you, the temperatures. This planet's got so much hotter since the 60s. You wouldn't believe it. And people just say...
Anecdotally, you must remember it.
Yeah, I remember it. I remember back in the 50s, and I was a tiny little thing. And my hands and my feet and my nose used to be completely frozen. It used to be numb with cold, and I used to be absolutely frozen. We all were, all us kids. And I can remember ponds in Rotterdam being completely frozen over, and we used to go skating on the ponds. I can remember it vaguely. And it used to be absolutely freezing. And I can remember back in 1979, I was living in London, and I had to use, and the central heating broke down in my flat where I was living. And I remember thinking to myself that it wasn't even all that bad, that there was no central heating. That was in 1979. Whereas when I was a child, you used to have heating on for about 3 months of the year. I can remember it. No, the planet's warmed up a lot, actually. It's a lot.
Yes, we have a skeptic here, Chickpea.
What?
I believe Yerf Dogs is human-caused climate change skeptic. Am I right, Yerf Dogs? He is skeptical that we're having the effect that many say we are, or to the degree that many say.
Oh, we are. I mean, we're digging up, and we're digging up energy that was buried, it's been getting buried for millions upon millions upon millions of years, and burning it all off.
Where is Brother Kugo when we need him? He'll have a word to say about that, surely. Anyway, Brother Marcus says, David Icke believing something weird doesn't sound weird to me. Chippy, what made you global sauna time, says Brother Marcus. What made you get into David Icke in the first?
Oh, because when I wrote to him when he brought his first book out, because he wrote these weird things in his book, and I wrote to him about my weird experience with the hypnotherapist. That's how I got into it. Yeah, it started back in early 90s. Yeah.
But he's never spoken about that kind of thing, has he? Has he ever spoken about out-of-body experiences?
Not my particular thing, no.
No?
No. But he talks about things like reincarnation and being forced back into a new meat bag and all this sort of thing. He does talk about
Are you
that.
there?
Basically,
he
I was
say
being
about it?
reincarnated, wasn't I?
I
Oh,
lost you there.
you know, talk about out-of-body experiences. Somebody said, how could you see your body if you didn't have a brain to see it with? Yes. So how could anything be working? How could I recognize everything? But I could see, even though I didn't have a brain working in my thing. DNW said I could see without having any eyes when I had the out-of-body experience.
Thrown off there. I got thrown off there. So, I couldn't hear what I couldn't. I was
talking about out-of-body experiences under surgery. I could see myself and the surgeon and everything, even though I had no eyes to see with.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I would. I was above my body. My meat bag was laying on the table. You don't believe in out-of-body experiences, do you?
Well, I believe that people have the experiences. I don't know what they are. I have no idea. I can't say what they are, you know.
Yeah, I know. It's something you can't imagine.
I find some of them strange. I mean, I've watched some videos on them, and I've heard some debunking efforts at them that sounded good, but there were some stories that sounded well, they sounded quite amazing, fantastic in terms of there were people who were able to say what was going on in different rooms and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
That they couldn't possibly have had been privy to at the time of their operation.
I mean, I was only 7 years old.
It's all just someone's word. I don't know whether they're telling the truth, do I? There's no.
Well, it happened to me. I can assure you.
There's no pinnacle recordings of it. There's no, you
know.
No,
well, what can you? I mean, you're out of your body. Your body, your meat bag is alive. Is this sort of strange heat that's still alive, laying on this table, where at the same time, one is floating above it. One can see without any eyes, and when it happened to me, my consciousness was there. My little brain and my little soul was, the whole lot was above my body. So I was only 7, so I mean, you know, I can't explain what was going on or anything. Yeah, but it happened to me. Why does I'm such a weirdo?
That was when you were 7. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
7. Yeah. Okay. Just a little girl. I never told anyone because I know my mother would have said to me, "Oh, don't be so stupid," because she was like that anyway. So I never spoke about it to anyone. In fact, it's only recently I started talking about it. You know, here.
Yeah. That fella that was on last time, what was his name? Chris James or something? He joined us.
Yeah.
He said he had a strange paranormal experience when he was 5 years old. He saw some kind of interdimensional being, stroke ghost, stroke alien. When he was 5 years old, and he's now 55, and he's still talking about it.
Yeah, I know. The same is happening to me.
Yeah.
Because you haven't resolved what's happened. What's happened to him is that you know, there's interdimensional beings because we only see 0.0005% of what's around us, and so
if you say so.
You know, it's like what's the name? Divine.
In the wave, like the wavelength form, like we can only see so many wavelengths.
Yeah. But you know, Divine saw those aliens and everything. She just sees things that we don't see. DNW.
Yeah. I know. She sees things that we don't see. That's a very good way of putting it.
Yeah, because she can see things. She's obviously got 0.0005 as opposed to 0.0005 that we have. That we can see. We're blind, apparently.
Okay, Isaac, man. Isaac, did you ever have an out-of-body experience?
Yeah, and have I ever shared it on this channel? I can't remember.
I can't remember either. You may have, brother, because was it during the time you had the coma, when you were in a coma? Was it
Yes,
during
so
that
I've
period?
had about, let me think how many out of body experiences I've had. It's probably been about 6, 7, right? So some of them were meditation induced, some of them were frequency induced, some of them were a dream, some of them were chemical induced or mushroom, I should say, or as the tabs, yeah. So I've had about 8, 7, and a lot of dreams. I mean, some dreams were in third person, but one of them was very particular where I went out of my body and I was talking to my friend. No, I was talking to my friends first. I went out of my body, said, "Hey, I can go out of my body, make something happen in time, and come back, and I'll show you." And I showed them, and I went out of my body in a dream, and then it was weird. I was with a guy named Jacob. He was one of my best friends, and in the dream, in the same spot, I went back there in actual reality, and we randomly collide there and meet. Like it was weird. Like it felt weird. Like he shouldn't have even been there. He's like, "Yeah, my car broke down. I'm walking this way now." Like I'm like, "What?" And it was in the same spot I went out of my body in the dream to show him I could go out of my body and show him something. So it was like, did I do that? I don't know. But so then I had some with Salvia was the most intense out of body experience, I'd say. Salvia, I saw my light body connected to my body by a golden orb and a golden umbilical cord. And I never felt more free when I got back to my body. I told my friends I feel like $1,000,000, and I couldn't stop saying it. They're like, "What are you talking about?" It's like, I don't know. I just feel like $1,000,000, and I couldn't get rid of it. It was weird. And then I had an out of body experience on acid where I saw the whole, like, I don't even know what I saw. Anyways, the whole next day aligned like a movie, perfectly aligned. Like if I told the whole story, I mean, it's kind of a long one, but I basically showed up at Anime Con with an anime shirt on, and then I went downstairs after I took like 16 hits worth. It was a ton. Went out of my body, so I think I planned the next day, and everyone was me the next day. I was everyone, and everyone was me the next day too. So that was weird. And then, but I went out of my body the night before, so then I think the next day aligned. I showed up at Anime Con with an anime shirt on. There was some other stuff, but then I went downstairs. There was a guy holding in his hand a 3x3 sheet of holographic blotter ink, if you know what that is. And he was one of the characters on my shirt. So I was like, how did that align that perfect? It doesn't make sense. So my theory is we have powers to go out of our bodies based on that dream, based on that we could control time and like make moves. And I don't know how it would work, but it's like if you could see the future, you now are in a super position to change time because you could make a slight ripple or something, right? I mean, that's how I kind of broke it down.
Whoa.
Without a body experience. So I think it's.
Excuse me for a moment. We have an up and coming ska reggae artist in the house. Vegan Equilibrium, brother. How are you doing? I presume you're still alive after you landed safely in America.
Well, actually, this is my ghost.
Okay.
I'm already dead.
Well, you sound more alive than you did when you were in life, so that's quite remarkable. So,
well, actually, we actually are all already dead.
Oh, in the block universe, is that right? Where time is an illusion.
Yeah, we've all passed already. This is just a moment that we get to experience from the time we were living.
So, how are you doing anyway? You feeling all good? What's it like being back in the land of?
Well, I never feel all good. I never feel that. Sometimes I feel euphoric, but I'm not feeling super euphoric right now.
Is that because of the anticlimax of going back to reality after having a good time in the music studio and having a good time just doing what you love? Because by the way, guys, Vegan Equilibrium was in London recording music, and it did sound pretty good. I did get the opportunity to listen to it as he was doing it, and I've heard music that hasn't even been released yet. So there you go.
Yeah, he was in studio with us. He actually, I can't tell you how much it meant to me for you to be there to witness that, to be there for the recording of one of the like most important songs on the album.
I did like it. Yeah. Green Mountain was my favorite. Is that am I allowed to say that?
Really? Yeah, no, that's cool. No, that's great. That's great.
Mm-hmm. So we might get a little when the album's coming out, we might be able to have a live performance here or something of a few tracks if you want.
Sure, yeah.
Cool. So yeah. Anyway, how was your experience in general? And as I said, what's it like being back in America? Any news for us? What is going on in this strange existence? Did you have any insights? Did you get any sparks of Gnosis over this period that you were traveling? You know, that you were immersed in your creative, gift, and in your journey home. Have you had any insightful thoughts? Any personal eureka moments?
Well,
hello to Kinetic.
when I was
do come on, Kinetic, if you want to. And hello to Divine Hazel. Sorry, go ahead.
When I was flying, to to London and flying back, both times, for some reason, in the middle of the flight, I was just thinking about my mother. She told me that she believes in me, and like that's why she's like supporting a lot of my endeavors in music. And I don't know why, for some reason on the flight, maybe it's because it was it's like the really the only time during the trip where I was like alone. I had to cry, like I had just something about that, her saying, and it made me think, like, I don't know, it was like how fortunate I am, but also like that she's old and, she's not going to be with me forever. And I can't handle it. That's so hard for me to handle, like thinking about my parents passing and, but that I also have this thing where it's like she believes in me, I think, more than I do. Like I feel like I'm kind of, I don't know.
Well,
this is just sort of a fun thing.
By the way, I showed my friends, as I said, do you remember I recorded some of the music on my phone? And I showed some of my friends who are actually, professional musicians as well. And they genuinely asked, who's that guy on the rhythm guitar? And because he knows his shit. They said that the music sounded very tight and together and they knew what they were doing. So there you go.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
So it sounds like, and these guys, the guys I know, they are very good musicians. And for them to say that, they put it this way, they aren't particularly nice about musicians in general. So for them to say that you sounded tight, you knew what you were doing, you sounded good. And he genuinely said, who's the guitarist? And I thought he meant the bass guitar, because I found it hard to, obviously I'm not a musician, but trying to distinguish the music as in what the instruments are is difficult for me. But I know obviously a bass guitar, but he said, no, I mean the rhythm guitarist. And I said, oh, that's the guy that was singing as well. He said, oh, he was singing as well. I said, oh yeah, he knows what he's doing. That guy's a good musician. So there you go. But yeah, it was interesting. I was your friend is cool. Can we say his name?
Yeah, Marley.
Marley is a cool dude, and he's a very good musician as well. Very chilled out brother.
He's just been one of my biggest supporters for the last 20, or what I should say, shit, how old am I? 16 or so years.
Wow. No, it's good to have a friend like that. But Chickpea, you missed it. We were talking about you, Chickpea.
What?
We were talking about you when we were chilling in the music studio. We were saying, wouldn't it be lovely if Chickpea was here?
Really?
And we even said, maybe we should go and see Chickpea,
Well, you could have done. Yeah, I'm down the
There you
road.
go. So I didn't want to force the invitation, but it did. You did come up in conversation. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Do you
thank
live near Brixton? You don't have to answer that. That's you don't have to answer
Yeah,
that.
he was
Yeah,
in. He was in.
well,
We were near Brixton.
yeah, not far away.
He was in a recording studio in Brixton, and
Yeah.
apparently Pink Floyd had been there before.
Oh, wow.
So it was. Yeah, he was amongst
Whoa.
the greats in terms of the usage of that place. Yeah, it was a pretty cool place. But
Yeah.
14 tracks he did in 5 days. Am I
Wow.
right, Nick?
That's a lot.
Yep. Yeah.
That's-
It would have been. I mean, the thing is, it would have been less time, but I wanted to redo some stuff, you know. And I still might do. It's just, you know, I'm very, very obsessive about how things come out and having them sound a certain way. But we did get a number of really, really nice tracks that that sound really groovy.
Oh, good. Good.
Cool. And how long is
Yeah.
it going to take to put it all together and then put it out there? And
Well,
what way are you going to do it? Where are you going to put it, brother?
so let's
You
say
don't have
this.
to tell us, obviously.
No. I don't. It's fine. It's fine. I'm planning an album release show for late September.
In Boston,
2026. No, in Mexico City.
Whoa. Okay.
We're planning to have the Pioneers, Simmer Up, which is another oldies reggae band.
And is ska reggae big in Mexico City? Are they into that there?
It's what I'm told, and from the videos and pictures I've seen, it's unlike anywhere. Like Mexico and South America, the fan base for old school reggae is unlike anywhere else in the world, other than certain parts of Europe.
So it's big in Brazil as well. So Brazil and Mexico.
It's very impressively big in Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, and probably other areas too. But those are the big three, I think.
Wow.
They get
if you need somebody to carry your, I don't know, water bottle and your bags, do let me know.
Oh yeah, you should totally come through. I would love.
Do you know when I was in school, I did one of those. We had this careers advice session, and you had to fill out this multiple choice questionnaire on the computer, and then it told you what career you should choose. And mine came out number 1, band roadie, which I thought was quite funny.
Oh wow!
And number 2 was a jeweler. I don't know why it said jeweler, because I have no interest in jewelry. But there you go.
I could actually see you as a jeweler. I could see that.
What the fuck? Why? Why?
I don't know. Like I could you have the gift of gab, and I just kind of associate that with it. And then like I can see you in like a white shirt with a vest, and you have one of those. What's those things called that they put on their eye that they use to inspect?
Oh yeah, I know the thing. It's like a monocle, but it's a telescopic one. I know the one. It's like a monocle. Yeah.
It's like some kind of microscope thing on their eye. I could just see you. I could see you with one of those, like looking at the item, the jewel or whatever, and talking about it. I could see it.
Really? Even after having met me a few times, you think, oh my God. So in other words, you think I'm a good bullshitter. Okay, thank you.
It's not a bullshitter thing. It's just you just look at it, you know your stuff. It would be it'd be like being a specialist in something, you know?
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool.
But you know what? I took those vocational tests too, and every time I took it, it said my number 1 best suited profession was police officer.
Really? Okay. Chickpea, have you ever done that type of thing? Have you ever taken a
No,
career?
we didn't have that when I was young. I wish.
I think you can do it yourself online. There's probably websites that do it. So
but my
it might
working
be-
life's over, D&W.
No, I know, but it might be funny, just as a kind of bit of amusement, personal amusement, maybe to spread the merriment. You could, in your own time, see what it says for you, and come back and tell us. Come back and tell us.
I'll have to have a go. When I was a little girl, I wanted to be an air stewardess, but my wonderful parents kept saying to me, "How can you be an air stewardess? How can you be anything?" So they destroyed that to me. Yes.
So guess what delightful vegan food Mr. Noodles here ate whilst he was in London. As far as I know, well, Ronnie McDonald was visited.
It's a Beyond patty, which is always good, and it always tastes, a Beyond patty always tastes good, so I was happy with it. I don't, it's not like you can get that at McDonald's, and it's the only thing that's available after 10 p.m. 10 p.m. on a weeknight. So it was hard to find vegan dishes. There's vegan dishes everywhere in London, right? Every place has a vegan option, but it was hard to find one that I really liked. And the two places I went that had good vegan options were the top of the list was this place. What was it called?
The Ethiopian place?
No. It wasn't that place. That place was actually not my favorite.
Okay.
It was a place in Nottingham on Portobello Road in Nottingham.
You mean Notting Hill?
Notting Hill. Yeah, Notting Hill. Okay, so Notting Hill. I don't remember what it was called, but it was a Malaysian restaurant, and they had like more than half of the menu was vegan, and they had this tofu dish that just knocked your socks off. Like, it was out of this world. I've never had tofu so good. It was incredible. And then the second place I went that had a nice vegan option was Patty's Yard in Brixton. They had they call it vegan surprise. It's like a curry, but that was really nice.
So yeah, I met him on Halloween, I believe it was Friday, wasn't it? And it was pissing rain, absolute deluge. And I got soaked when I left you, Noodles. It was absolutely pissing down.
Oh right, you mentioned that.
Yeah. And we actually ended up like a bunch of 12-year-old girls telling ghost stories Do you remember that? Me, you, and Marley. But yeah, Marley is a really cool guy. I hope Marley comes on here sometime. That'd be cool. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and I was deconstructing every one of them, right?
You were. By the way, I meant to say, you remember I was telling you about the fight I was in with a bouncer? You asked me, did I stamp on his head? I don't think I did, actually. And by the way, guys, that was in self-defense. That wasn't me fucking attacking someone. I was attacked by them for no reason. I think it was on their shoulder, on their kind of arm, shoulder, ribs area, when they were lying down on their side. Yeah. Because I was thinking about that after, because I was a bit. Anyway, so that was a long time ago, by the way, and that was one of the reasons I gave up drinking, because I got randomly attacked by 2 bouncers for no good reason. I managed to get out okay, but I was just fed up of the random acts of violence around me, and I realized I had to have my wits about me, and being a friendly drunk just didn't cut it, you needed to be super sharp sometimes, Unfortunately, things aren't very kind out there sometimes,
Yeah, I've noticed the world's become a very violent place. It wasn't like that when I was young. I used to get pretty smashed, but it never got violent.
Really?
Yeah.
I heard other stories. I heard it used to get very real violent back in the day.
Well,
it's funny. It's like Go ahead.
Speaking as a female, I can't say I noticed. I didn't. And I mean, when I was young, as a female, you could walk around 2 o'clock in the morning and be perfectly safe. I wouldn't do it nowadays.
Really? Is that so?
Yeah.
It's like I noticed the thing. This is probably just growing up, but I noticed the things I used to be a bit indignant about. I have a lot more respect for now, like all the levels of security at airports.
There's a reason they're there.
Yeah, I don't kind of get all like annoyed about it anymore. Like I got double checked on my way. Like they wanted to give me a double check right before I even boarded the plane, coming back, and they wanted to look at everything. They wanted to swipe everything with the pad, take this off, and before I probably would have been like really annoyed about it, or I don't know, or had some conspiratorial thought about it. But now I'm just like, yeah, I'm glad they're being fucking this cautious,
Yeah, I hear you now.
I appreciate it. And I noticed we went into that one pub and they had like kind of seemed like they weren't like checking everyone at the door, but they had heavy security at the door.
What's in the pub?
And we went into some dive place, some shithole, as DNW would say. And I was kind of like, I felt like kind of better about them having all that security there,
There you go. It's an unsafe world. Thankfully, security is trained now. It didn't used to be. I don't know, but I remember back I heard guys talking like in the 90s, 80s, 90s, 70s, probably.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the same now, but it's not as bad as it was, but the security was all gang related as well back in the day. So I was watching a documentary about Manchester, actually, in the club scene there. And they used to have gangs who'd run the doors of nightclubs, and they'd literally walk along, gangs, and they'd out-muscle other groups of bouncers and throw them off the doors, and then they'd take over running the security in the club. And the reason they'd do that is because they were obviously dealing in the club. But they used to just walk along in groups, and then they'd out-muscle whoever was doing the security at the club, throw them off the door, obviously probably in a brutal fight, and then take over the doors. And that's how that's what they did back in the day. But now you got to have I think it's a CS card or something, and you got to be qualified. Sorry, go ahead, Chippy.
Well, dear W, my stepbrother is actually a security guard.
Yeah, there's a big difference between a security guard and a bouncer, right?
Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Talked about security guards because
no, I was talking about bouncers.
Because my stepfather was a security guard, and my mother, when she was in her late 60s, this is the honest truth, you find it's hard to believe, was working as a security guard, and Raymond, my stepbrother, was always working. They also worked as a security guard. All three of them were. And to be honest, I've got bigger thingies than they have, and they're just there purely for insurance purposes. These security guards.
Yeah. I mean, they're there. They do scare some people off, obviously.
Well, I come from a family of security guards.
Really? Or watchmen, as they used to be called back in the day, I believe. Yeah.
But my brother's one.
By the way, I was a security guard. There you go. And I've been on the door before. I've been a bouncer just for a little bit, just doing a favor. But I was a security guard when I was in university for a summer. I think I mentioned that before, working nights.
No, I didn't know. No.
As a security guard, and I was working in a business park, actually, in a call center, and I was looking after the building at night. It was I won't say which company, but it was a major IT call center. And yeah, there was 2 of us working there at night, and yeah, it was a tough gig actually. I used to do 10-hour shifts, 12-hour
Yeah.
shifts, and sometimes even 14-hour shifts. Start at 5:30 in the evening and finish at 7:30 in the morning. Yeah, as a massive building. It was a massive building. You had to go on these patrols twice a night, and you had to it was a huge building. You had to go into the underground car park. You had to go up onto the roof, and I think there's about 5 stories, but there was there could have been about 6 different stairwells as well, and you had to walk up and down every stairwell, check every fire exit, check every window. It was crazy, but
Weird.
obviously there was laboratories there as well that we were meant to try and keep secure in case anybody was committing industrial espionage and stealing their stuff. But yeah, it was interesting job.
Right.
I got very fit that summer, I tell you.
Yes, I bet you would. Yes.
I was going up and down those stairs. Yeah.
Yeah. Shall I tell you a
Just
story
nuts.
about some stairs? Actually, I saw this lovely, lovely flat for sale in Clacton. Really gorgeous flat. Just a 2-bedroom little flat with the most gorgeous patio. And I put an offer for it, and then do you know a lot of Tesco's and all these other places that do deliveries quite often won't deliver upstairs. They won't carry.
Yeah,
Did
I
you say
heard.
Clapham or Clapton?
Did you say
Clacton by the seaside.
Clacton.
Clacton, yeah, it's a place on the British coast, and I've been looking for someone to, property.
They do. If you got a lift, they bring it up, but a lot of the time,
Yeah, that's why this is a problem. There was no lift. So anyway, this gorgeous flat had the most gorgeous patio, 60-foot patio, and I put an offer for it. And it was quite a cheap flat, and unfortunately, I had to withdraw because, of course, when you've got 7 cats who all require lots of food and lots of cat litter and lots of this and lots of that, I need little men to carry up the stairs for me. So, yeah.
That's one thing. That's one thing about living in some of the apartment complexes is trying to get furniture in. I don't know how people do it sometimes.
Yeah, but it was a shame because I was really quite into this flat. It had this gorgeous patio, which is just what I wanted. Because I'm thinking about leaving London. I'm not very happy here anymore. It's all becoming a bit too much for me. I've got tell you down the road, Tower Hamlets is only a mile away or 2 miles away. And I can see Canary Wharf from where I live. So very close by. And I'm not happy.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yes. I'll tell you something else as well. Blackpool, you know what? In Blackpool, you can buy houses for £45,000.
Breezy Blackpool.
That's not a bad idea, Divine. That's not a bad idea because in the future you won't need to be in the big cities.
Divine.
I'm not divine.
sorry. I was reading Divine's comment. That's not a bad idea, Chickpea.
Yeah, you could buy a whole house of 45 grand in Blackpool. Yeah.
Then you'd have to do it up though, Chickpea.
Yes, exactly. And that's gone in me. All that. That's the aging process for you. It all goes. Yeah. Yes, I mean, there was a time I would have carried the cat litter up the stairs myself, but I can't do it like that anymore. Too old to carry big bags of cat litter.
So, Chickpea, and Marley, which was the other band member that was working with Noodles here when he was in London, we were talking about things that we'd experienced. And we had Dr. Skeptic here. Noodles was scoffing at everything we were saying.
Right.
Yeah.
What was he scoffing at?
He's an ultra hard materialist. What he sees is Mr. Vegan Equilibrium here.
Yes.
What he sees is, and he doesn't bother talking about anything else because he doesn't see any purpose to it because he can't prove it either way. What do you think of that?
Prove what either way?
Well, stuff that you can't see, like the kind of.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we only see 0.0005% of what there is.
Did you get that from David Icke?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Yeah, of course. Another line.
Well, thing is, I'm not saying anything. I'm not the one that sees. I don't see. I've never ever seen a ghost or any little creatures or anything else. I never have done.
The
But
thing is, we
what?
have cameras that see. We have lenses that see the other parts of the light spectrum. So like, it doesn't even. It's
Well, I
a
don't know
moot.
about that.
It's a moot point about what our naked eye can see, because we have instruments that see the other aspects of the reality.
Well, I don't know about those. I don't know anything about that. Nothing. I
Yeah,
didn't know
yeah.
that such things existed. But
You've never heard of infrared
yeah,
lenses?
yeah, I've heard
So
of them.
you
I
do
didn't
know
know.
that those things exist. You do
Well,
know.
I didn't know they could do that.
You know about a telescope? You know about a microscope?
Well, of course, I know about telescopes and
Of course. So
microscopes.
you know that these things exist, and
Yeah, but yeah, but a
there's
microscope.
different
Oh,
lenses that can see the different parts of the light spectrum that our naked eye can't see. So it's a silly thing when David Icke says that, because we've already, like, we filled in that gap. Now maybe I know someone like him would say, well, how do you know that there are other things that those instruments can't see, that you just don't know about, that you haven't discovered? How
well,
long have you spent researching it? And like, David Icke is just, um,
yeah,
he, he's,
I've never said I've seen anything. I've never in my
yeah.
life seen an alien or a ghost or anything. Never ever in my life. But other people have. Who am I
Well,
to say?
they claim to have.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I mean,
I've had.
that's, like, eyewitness testimony, is like some of the weakest evidence. Like, for example, if you have a court trial, eyewitness testimony is like the weakest evidence, because so many people could have looked at the same thing, and you'll get several different answers about what
Yes, I
they
know.
saw or
Yes,
what.
I know. Yes, I know. I do know that. Yeah, but
And there's this
Kinetic
thing I
says
was actually talking about with with them, that Tony Robbins does this at his seminars. It's called the reticular activation system, and it's like, if you aren't looking for something, and then, or you weren't trying to pay attention to a certain thing, and somebody asks you,
yeah.
um,
Oh,
then it's like, you don't really know, you couldn't necessarily name where it is, right, if you weren't thinking about it. But if someone says, okay, close your I want you to point out all the I want you to look at all the red things in the room. This is what Tony Robbins says. I want you to look at all the red things in the room, right? Now close, and then people look around, and then he says, close your eyes, and then it says, now start naming all the red things you see. And then people will name things. They'll name all the red things they saw, and they'll name things that weren't even red, like things that were like orange or rust color or something like that,
yeah.
because they're just so hyper focused on trying to see something that their mind will make it something it isn't even, when it's not even that thing, right? So this is like with people when they say they saw an alien or a ghost or whatever. Well, some people really want to see aliens and ghosts, so they can turn things that aren't actually aliens or ghosts into aliens and ghosts.
I don't know. I've never seen it. I've never seen an actual alien or a ghost, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, right.
Granted that actually, insofar as that triangle in the sky was concerned, that I saw back in 1994, there were reports put in about the fact that I wasn't. There were people who had seen it. There was reports made. So it's if you Google it, it does come up. People saw a strange triangle in the sky.
Well, yeah, there's actually a lot of reports about the triangle. I think even some photographs. It's called a TRX something, T3R. There's actually a particular name for it, and basically there is obviously a reasonable explanation for that, which is that it's a secret, it's a government aircraft,
Yeah, well,
just like
the
with
same. I
the
just saw
the Tic
Chinese
Tacs,
guy.
like the Tic Tacs things that like people are like, oh, it's like 1,000 years ahead of any technology we have. Oh, or it's just the government. It's not aliens, it's humans, and they don't want you to know about it, so they're gonna
Yeah.
make up some
Yes.
shit about what it is.
Yeah, no, same with holograms. Yeah, no. But I'm just saying. But anyway, but I'm just saying. David Icke just talks about the fact we only see a tiny, 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 minuscule thing of what there is out there. So I don't know. I'm just saying what he says.
Yeah, I mean that's just his way of. That's his way of like kind of. I don't know. It's kind of like what's the word? I don't know if manipulative is the right word. It's just sort of it's like, well, that's just a way of making people become like conspiratorial or something. Like, oh wait, we only see this much, blah blah blah, but then you don't think about all the stuff that science has to help us see all the other spectrums of light, and it's misleading is what I'm saying. That's what I meant to say. It's misleading.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. I'm just saying what it says in his books. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen anything, but
David Icke loves to talk about the Sabbatean Franxist Jews that are behind the scenes taking over the world.
Yeah, well, something's going on. Something is going on. Something very sinister, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. I mean, in the UK now they're going to put, we're going to have digital IDs on our phones, and you're going to have it whether you like it or not, because if you don't, you won't be able to work or use the NHS or do this or do that. Well, the thought of having an ID on my phone terrifies me, quite frankly. And
well, you already do. You have an RFID chip. It's
yes.
if they wanted to, they could trace you. It's just just makes it one less step for them. And if
yes, I know it's getting worse and worse and worse. But because I know you don't believe in it, but I do believe in the mark of the beast, and I think it's only a matter of time before that bloody chip's in my hand. Well, it won't be in my hand because I won't be doing it, and it terrifies me.
Who says it's a chip? Like, where in the Bible did it say it was a chip?
It just says, well, of course, the word microchip didn't exist 2,000 years ago. It didn't. So, I mean, we're talking about some little bloke sitting in a cave writing all this stuff. But I'm one of the weirdos that believes it. Because I don't expect everyone else to believe it. But I think
I thought it was 666.
Yes, that's right. The micro.
So where's the 666 coming? Doesn't have to be isn't that the mark?
That's the barcode, yes.
Well, how's that a barcode?
Because the holding bars and barcodes are sixes.
I don't know if that's always true.
Binary. It's a binary.
We had this discussion before, actually. We looked it up, and and it was debunked. That was false.
Well, let's change the subject then, because if we'll change the subject. You're right. Look, we all have our own thoughts on the subject. The thing is, I just believe it because I was a little Bible freak when I was young, and I still believe the shit that I read. That's why I come here.
Yeah, they also say, and the Bible says it's the number of a man.
Corporation.
The mark of the beast is the number of a man. I wonder what they mean by that.
Well, you know that corporations are he's. You do know that, yes?
Well, in the Bible, the word here's the thing though, the word, when they say man, it could just mean human being, right? That's the thing. It was the way it was translated was kind of sloppy, because it could be a like binary gendered word.
Well, it
Um,
says man, okay? Thing is, right, the corporation in law is a man, and it has all the rights of a man, etc., etc. Now, it can never be a human being by simple virtue of the fact that Muslims are not going to look up to the same people that we look up to, that the Jews will look up to, or the Hindus will look up to. We all look up to different things. But if it's a corporation, like, say, Google, for example, or whoever, Google is a he. He is a class as a man in law, and he is. I know this because I've read the corporation. I've worked in law, corporate law.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I don't know, and I don't know what rights do men have that women don't in
This is all,
Western society.
This is all to do. It's legal terminology. It's a law of the sea.
Oh, that old David Icke thing.
No, the law of the sea exists. I've worked in law.
This is all David Icke stuff right here.
Actually, this isn't David Icke stuff.
This is all David Icke stuff.
Have you read the
Black Law's Dictionary, right?
Have you read The Corporation, the book?
No, I haven't.
No, exactly. Well, maybe you should do. It explains it all in there.
No,
it's all a bit weird, but at the end of the day, the corporation is a he, and it's quite specific. The corporation is a he.
This is like what these in the U.S. they call themselves sovereign citizens. It's like a kind of a conspiratorial group.
They have all the rights of a man.
They think there's the secret law that the government doesn't want you to know about, and that if you just know all the right terminologies, and you can defend yourself in court, and you can get away with anything except murder, basically.
You can.
Yeah, it's not happened though.
It does. The law's full of loopholes. Now, I've worked in law, and I can assure you that lawyers working on different sides of a case will get together after they've been in court and have a little chat in the wine bar. And I know this to be so.
Yeah, I know.
I've worked in law. I do know all this. Just like an expert on whatever. I worked in law for many, many years. I do know. Yes. Why is it you scoff at? You've never worked in law, so how can you possibly know more than I know?
About what? Which thing are you talking about?
I'm just talking about, right, you're going,
Are you saying like...
Go ahead.
I don't know. Are you saying that lawyers like get together and have drinks? Yeah, I believe it.
Yes.
What are you trying to...
sides of the thing. Also, masonry is involved. And I'll tell you something, if a lawyer, blah, blah, blah. So, which is...
the Masons, it's the Jews, it's the Jesuits.
If you don't know about masonry, you really are quite screwed up. I can show you masonry exists.
They're all behind the scenes, pulling the strings, turning us all into slaves. Free yourselves, everybody! Free yourself. Save yourselves from the Jews and the Masons and the Jesuits. They're coming after us. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, right?
If you can't see that you're enslaved, if you have to sell your labor in order to eat, you are enslaved. If you can't see that, you really are brainwashed.
Warning.
You little gopher. If you can't see that you are a little proletariat slave, and if you can't see that, you really are quite blind.
Yeah, proletariat indeed.
You are proletariat. Oh, do you own a business, do you? Do you own the means of production? Do you?
Anyway,
do you own the means of production?
this is You know, you should get David Icke on this show sometime.
No, we should get Catherine to come on the show. Catherine says the Fabian Society. She's talking about the Fabians. I've heard a lot about the Fabians. Do you want to come and talk about them? Unfortunately, I heard George Bernard Shaw was a Fabian, and I've heard that Keir Starmer is one as well. Would you like to come on and tell us about them and what they're about? Is that okay, Catherine? Good to have you here with us. And Divine has said, Noodles, you are an arse to Chickpea every time you are here.
Thank you, Divine.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, sorry, I didn't pin the link to join. I better do that. Thanks for the heads up there,
But
brother
anyway,
Marcus.
Noodles, if you can't see, you're an enslaved little wimp. You're as
Oh.
blind as a bat.
I sure am. You're absolutely
not.
right.
Go on there.
You can't see that about your life.
Yeah,
Be
you're
nice,
right.
guys.
It's pretty pathetic.
Be nice.
At least I know I'm enslaved.
Yes, I'm using StreamYard, guys, because I listened to you all, and you said you didn't like Restream, so I went back to StreamYard. So there you go. Speak, and it shall be. You manifested reality, folks. There you go. Sorry, guys, as you were. Does anybody want to join the show? The link is in the chat. Please come on here, and we can spin the conversation along nicely, this way or that, and see where it meanders. Catherine says, hold on. Catherine says she's not very confident, but maybe some other time. But thank you for the invitation. Catherine, that's okay. We are very, very friendly here, and we won't, believe me, we're nice to newbies. Don't think that these two are a representation for how newbies are treated. These two know each other a very long time. They're two extremely confident beings, and that's why I let them at it. That's why I let them at it.
What does not being enslaved look like? That's what I'm curious about.
But Catherine, do feel welcome here. I will look after you.
What is not being enslaved?
If you do not own any land and do not own the means of production and have to sell your labor to a master in order to eat and pay your rent, you are a slave. If you can't see that, you really...
I don't know if you're like, if you're making an argument for like being like an anarcho-capitalist or being a communist. Like it could really swing either way with what you're
saying. If you have to sell your labor in order to eat, you are enslaved. If you can't,
is this a right-wing talking point or a left-wing talking point you're coming with?
I'm a left winger. I'm a socialist, but I can assure you.
All right, so you're talking from like a very, it sounds like you're saying like all the workers should own the means of production, right?
Like they used to hundreds of years ago. Before
did they? I didn't know that was. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yes, there was a time where people lived in.
Anyway, I gotta run, guys. Yeah. I gotta run, but I'll talk to you later. I might be on again soon.
Well, we're glad you came along, Mr. Noodles, and come along soon. You might come back in a while. Oh, that would be good.
Yeah, okay. Maybe.
Take care, brother. Thanks for joining us. So long. Cheerio. I know they love each other, really, you see. Yeah. This is what it's like. Guys, this is what it's like when you've been married for 20 years, you know. You fight like, a cat and a dog, but, at the end of the day, you do love each other dearly, it is just that, It is
what star sign is Noodles? I don't suppose you know, do you?
No idea, and no interest. I have no interest in that either, Chickpea. But you do.
All that. Yeah.
You do believe.
That's another thing you see.
Tell us. I tell you what, Chickpea? Read the star signs today, please. Go on. There's 12 of them, isn't there? So go on, Chickpea. Today's star signs.
Astrology. What would I know? But I
know. Just Google today's star signs.
No, D&W, stop it. That's something else, you see.
Well,
there is truth in astrology, and there is a horrible truth in it, which means that we're not even born.
Free.
I'm a Cancer, okay, and one of the things about Cancers is that we're very, very home-loving, and I am very home-loving, and we are also the most dangerous sign of the zodiac. And if someone invades my private little space, I have a real hissy fit. I go, you okay?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that there is this truth in astrology, because that sums me up perfectly. And there is, unfortunately, there is a truth in it about our own characters, our personalities. Never mind about what happens to
Is
them.
it not just the power of suggestion and
No.
some just obvious generalizations?
No. Because I get on with certain star signs better than others. There's certain star signs I don't get on with at all.
Who do you get on with?
My favorite star sign's Virgo. That's my
Right.
favorite star sign. I also like Capricorns and Pisces and Taurus. I like.
And who don't you like?
I don't get on very well with Aquarius.
No. Okay.
Just don't get on. It's really weird. And it's every
And why is
Aquarius.
that? What happens when you meet
just
an
don't like.
Aquarian?
We just don't gel, and we don't. I don't know what it is. My
You're at
mother's an
cross
Aquarius.
purposes.
It's weird. We just don't gel, and I've got a couple of people I know, and there does seem to be an element of truth in it.
Catherine
Sorry,
says she's Aquarius. I'm sure things can change, Chickpea. I'm
Well, they've
sure
been like this for 70
things can
years, so I
change.
don't think so.
You know, miracles
I
can
don't
happen.
dislike
you know?
them. We just don't get on. I don't dislike Aquarius. We just don't.
Oh,
get
there
on.
you go.
We're very
That's okay, Catherine. She won't dislike you. She just won't get on with you,
We
Catherine.
just don't get on. I wonder what noodles is.
Catherine, where are you anyway? Are you new here, Catherine? Because forgive me, I can't quite remember seeing you here before. But good to have you here with us. Yeah. Oh my goodness me, Chickpea Divine is an Aquarius. She's an Aquarian.
All right, I wonder.
There you go. So you said you don't like Aquarian people.
No,
and
I don't
charisma.
dislike them. We don't get on.
So you don't.
don't
Do
get
you like
on
people?
very well.
Do you like people you don't get on with, Chickpea?
Well, of course I do. Just
Sorry?
because I don't get on with them doesn't mean I don't like them.
Okay.
But we don't gel.
Catherine says she's very compatible with Aries, Sagittarius, and Gemini.
Yes, well, she would be.
Catherine is new here. We've got a newbie, folks. Where are you based, Catherine? Good to have you here. Do let us know where you're based. I'm going to guess you're in America. That's just my guess. I don't know. What are you going to say? Where do you think Catherine's from? I'm guessing the USA. I'm guessing like Arizona, something like that. Phoenix, Arizona. I couldn't be more wrong.
Nottingham.
She's in Nottingham. Oh, there you go.
Oh, a Brit.
We've got another Brit here, guys. Oh my goodness me. She's in the UK, baby. And yeah, well then there you go. You should definitely come on because we know the cultural
that's why I like
refinement
Brother
of
Mark, 'cause I like
UK expectations. We will be very kind to you here. You're not going to be meeting any brash Americanas, Catherine. We know how to talk to each other because we're on the same land.
Seriously.
Yep.
Some signs.
Brother Marcus is a Capricorn.
Yes, I know. I go well with Capricorns, my opposite sign.
There you go.
But
there you go.
Some signs gel better with each other than others. I thought you knew that. There must be. What's your? Oh, you won't tell me your star sign, will you, DW?
Nah.
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 Nah, go on, don't tell me then. Let me think. Certain star signs. Let me think about something.
I'm not going to tell you what it is, but you're allowed to guess what I am. I'm not going to tell you either way. There you go. You'll probably find out when the digital ID system comes out. You know, we'll probably know everything about each other then. You'll probably have to log on to this live stream.
I do like your grumpy prose that you write. I love that grumpy.
I haven't done that in some time.
Yes, I know.
It's been a mixture of seeing my work as absolutely futile and pointless. So there's that side of it.
It was your grumpy prose that got me here. I love your grumpy prose.
Yeah,
love it.
I know.
You could
Wow.
write a book.
Wow.
You could write a book.
Divine says she doesn't gel with noodles. But you know, Divine, there's always a chance you might. There's always a chance you might. Never give up hope, Divine. Never stop reaching out for connection. You know, make peace, make love, not war, Divine. You know, you never know. He might come round one day and serenade you as you sit in your armchair, playing you ska reggae. Sorry?
I wonder what star sign he is.
No idea.
But I tell you, D&W, there's a horrible truth in astrology. And there is. So we're not even born.
And you got a friend here, Life Abolitionism, says, hi, Chickpea.
Hi,
Life Abolitionism. What star sign are you, brother? The link is in the chat, guys, if you want to come on. And no mentioning dangerous words on the live stream like you did last time, you fucking bastard, yeah.
D&W, really.
I'm talking to Life Abolitionism. I say that in jest, but in all seriousness as well. He says he's a Libra.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So he'd get on well with all the other air signs.
Air signs? Are you saying he's an airhead?
Yeah, he's an air sign. He gets on well with Aquarius.
Okay, so there's water signs, fire signs, air signs.
And water signs get on best with water signs. It's the way things.
What are the air signs then?
Air signs is Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini.
And Gemini, okay. Hello, Brother Marcus. Welcome to
Brother Marcus.
This is Chickpea's astrology session.
Oh, stop it, D&W.
Brother Marcus, were you ever taken into astrology? Was it ever something you looked at and thought about? Something you put any belief in? Never. No.
It reminds me. I think the closest was like the Myers-Briggs test. I thought that had some validity to it, and then I looked more into it, and it's kind of, I don't.
No, there is a grim truth to it, unfortunately.
So tell us about the Myers-Briggs, because I remember I did that, and you actually did a deep dive into it. Now that is the personality test, isn't it? It tells us whether we're introvert, extrovert, and all the different types of traits that we have. What was after your analysis of it, Brother Marcus? What were your findings?
Oh, it's considered pseudoscience now. You can't replicate this stuff, and it's pretty much like going off of some theories that were kind of dated. But
yes,
I think I would say that like things like astrology and the Myers-Briggs, they can help formulate conceptions of things that validate your own personality that you can communicate to others. So, for example, if I say I forgot what I was. I think I was an ENTF or IJ or something like that. Now, that might not be accurate to my actual character, but if I want to just do like a summary to just like who am I as a person, and I identify with the like 90% of what the description is, and someone wants to get to know me, I think it could be used as like a shortcut. But not to predict like career prospects or love or whatever. I don't use it for that stuff.
Actually, Brother Marcus, are you left-handed or right-handed?
Right.
All right.
Well, guys, I'll tell you what I can do.
What?
I can read some horoscopes. Why not, for a laugh? I'm going to go to astrology.
Oh, that's rubbish. The D&W, the sun sign stuff you read in the papers is rubbish. Even I believe that.
Excuse me. I'm reading from astrology.com. How dare you?
I would love... I'd love to understand like your methodology for how you determine truth and false claims, because I don't know how you do that, Chickpea. Because like obviously you reject some claims and then there are some things you accept, but I don't know the process in which you do those things.
Brother Marcus, right? Astrology, the sun sign astrology. Astrology is actually a vast, vast subject. It's a huge subject, and it's all to
they
do
added
with
one, right?
Your rising sign, and you're this sign, you're that sign. It's a huge subject.
Yeah.
And to just be able to say 1 in 12 people are going to experience a certain thing on a certain day. It's not quite that simple. But there does seem to be an element of truth in it. I actually studied my own birth chart. I had all the books, a whole pile of books on the subject, just my birth chart. And there were
Okay, guys.
things in there that came true. Right then, Taurus.
Guys, so you said, what star sign are you? People read yours.
Cancer.
Cancer.
With
Okay.
Virgo rising. You don't know what that means, do you?
No, I have no idea what that means. But I reckon you were born in Cancer with a Virgo moon or something. Is that right?
Virgo rising. Virgo on the ascendant.
Okay. So, Chickpea, don't be surprised if others defer to your influence, dear Cancer, as the Taurus full moon illuminates your solar 11th house. This astrological event helps you make a mark within your community, giving you a significant popularity boost. Use this energy to prop up your own hopes and dreams once the nodes of fate stir. Even if you're not always comfortable talking about yourself, push humility to the side if it gets in the way of taking credit for your efforts.
Nice.
Your luck grows later tonight. Well, you've only got about 45 minutes. When Luna aspects Jupiter, helping you make big impressions where it matters most. You have a natural intuition and your gut is telling you something is not right. There you go. So we'll go back now to the other list. Do you want me to read yours, Brother Marcus?
Sure, Capricorn.
Capricorn, there we go. Okay. So it says, your heart opens wide under the Taurus full moon, darling Capricorn, which supercharges your, and then it's saying read more. Now I'm click on it. It's not opening. I'm waiting for it.
In another tab, maybe?
Here we go. Pop-up ad. Here we go.
Good old ads.
So we are Capricorn.
Try again.
Read more. There we go. Why it worked? It worked for Cancer. I don't know why it's not working for Capricorn.
Maybe refresh it.
Maybe. Good idea. It's back. Okay. Here we are. Capricorn. Yeah. Okay. It says November the 5th. Your heart. Oh, here we go. Do not consent. Sorry. That was just the cookies. Your heart opens wide under the Taurus full moon, darling Capricorn, which supercharges your solar 5th house. Cater to the activities that stir up pleasure and passion, reconnecting with your own complexities. Building up skills will elevate your confidence, providing the bravery to share work and pursue recognition. As the nodes of fate are active, the power of your voice is magnified. Reflect on what you want artistic projects to convey, and consider finding a community that will help you spread the word. Shift gears and allow your softer side to shine through with someone special when Jupiter activates tonight. Even for hard workers like you, life can throw a curveball. Remove the uncertainties and gain direction with a psychic reading. Oh, bloody hell, guys! Invitation. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're gonna have to find better.
Yeah, this is just sun sign. This is just sun sign astrology. But never mind. I won't talk about it anymore anyway.
It's okay.
Why? Like, we're listening.
Well, it's just that it's actually a very, very complex subject, and just the sun sign stuff. Even I don't believe that.
Okay, gotcha.
Life abolitionism says we are transitioning from the age of Pisces to the age of Aquarius.
Yeah.
And
so does he believe in this stuff?
I don't know. Do you want to come on here and talk about it, folks? Life abolitionism. Divine Hazel, please be a friend of the stream and come on and talk. Seeing as you're in the chat talking about it, you might as well be on here speaking about it. So Divine Hazel says, we have been in the age of Aquarius since April. There you go.
Yeah, and if people were hesitant on coming on, I think I'm on my computer right now, but if you're using StreamYard, it should probably work on the phone too.
Yeah, it's the
Oh,
old
I'll do
system
this
that
on your
works best.
phone. Oof.
Hmm?
I don't get on very well with mobile phones.
That's good. You shouldn't use. I hate having a smartphone. I
Yeah,
wish I never got into
I
this shit.
really
Yeah.
don't get on with it.
Ugh,
It
what a
makes me
terrible
so
thing.
bad-tempered.
Yeah, same.
Oh, you get it. Yeah.
I tried for a while to not use a smartphone,
Yeah.
but then eventually my work and like
Yeah.
other apps require me to have it. I
Yeah.
can't, like, for two-factor authentication, I have to use it for
Yeah.
verification for, like, yeah, and so, like, yeah, I have to have it. If there's a way, if I could figure out I'm gonna try again to figure out a way I can decouple my phone, my dependence on a phone. But I honestly think it'll be difficult.
It's going to get a lot worse when they start bringing out the whole digital ID, because that will be on your smartphone.
Well, the other thing, I kept selecting don't include AI into all my software programs, but it's like they do an update and they're just pushing it. It's going to be
It's very scary.
Yeah.
It's starting to frighten me.
I am contemplating just putting like an alternative like software on all my platforms. So, for example, a lot of people are going towards Linux now instead of Windows and Mac.
Yeah.
And I have used Linux in the past, and I think this might be the push, because I know Windows was like, we're no longer going to support Windows 10, and they want everybody to do 11. A lot of people don't like it. And then, a lot of people are disliking how these companies are infringing upon our privacy. They've always done that, but it's much, much, much more overt now.
You see nothing.
It's so, it's really bad.
You see nothing yet.
It's like they know we have no choice but to allow them to.
We haven't.
Yeah, before it felt like it was a pressure, but it felt like we had a little bit of a choice. Now it's like, you guys have no choices. I'm like,
I mean, remember years back when they brought in those debit cards where you didn't have to punch in your thingy number? You know, the
right. Yeah. Tapping.
Yeah, remember that? I was horrified when those came through. I was horrified by it. Now I'm so used to it, I don't even think about it anymore. But really, to have
they normalize this.
It normalizes it all.
I do want to start using cash again, because I heard they're going to try and get away from that.
Well, they will. That's what the digital ID is. And where I live, there's so many young people just using their phones to pay for everything. And I'm horrified by it.
Like, I used to see my bank statement. I'm like, okay, my bank knows like all my transactions. It is what it is. But the idea that AI is sharing my bank details to like companies and other people on the internet, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's a little bit overboard. So yeah, cash for now. But then again, they're going to get rid of cash eventually. So what even is there even a point of like pushing back or trying to like? I don't even know. I feel like I'm a defeated person with this stuff.
No, but I'll tell you something, because I do believe in I do believe that what we see now, these digital phones, is a precursor to getting it in your hand. And it terrifies me, because I won't be getting that in my hand, so I'll be finished. And I am scared. But the DWP in the UK have been monitoring my bank account the past 3 years. Did I tell you about that?
I don't know what a DWP is. What is that?
Oh, the DWP is Department for Work and Pensions. And what happened was 3 years ago, my mother died, and basically...
Oh, it's only been 3 years? Oh, wow.
Yeah, she was in her 90s. Anyway, yes, 3 years ago, it was almost 3 years ago, she died, and she left me some money in her will. And my brother had a hissy fit, and he went and told the DWP that I was going to be getting an inheritance. And so a couple of weeks later, I got a letter from the DWP saying we will be monitoring your bank account from now onwards, because I've got this money going into my bank account. Because I'm a pensioner, and pensioners and stuff like that is all classed as benefits.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so my account's being monitored by the government, which is really nice. Yeah, my lovely little brother had a hissy fit and told them about this money. Nice, eh? He's an absolute sweetie. Real sweetie boy.
How young is he? Like, how many years younger is he to you?
6.5 years.
Do you guys see each other or talk at all?
No, we come from a very, very, very strange background, very toxic. And he was my I was the outsider. Raymond was their child. I was the rotten one from Holland. And that's always been the situation. Yes. Yeah.
Have you ever desired to have a closer connection to him?
I don't like the way things are, but unfortunately, that he's been brought up. It's very toxic. I come from a very, very toxic past. It's pretty bad. Very bad indeed. Yeah, it's one of those
is he
situations.
If he was like more incorporated into your life, do you think it would be like a toxic environment?
I've got no idea, because I think during the course of our lifetime, we've probably only shared about 200 sentences, if that. Because I was sent off to boarding school for about 4 years when he was a child, blah, blah, blah. And so it was all, my stepfather didn't want me going near his son, basically. That was the situation. I come from a really screwed up past, Marcus. It is bad.
Hello,
Really
Divine.
bad.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. I'm over it.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, you
I mean,
come
like,
from
my, it's not toxic. They're more absent. Just, I met my relatives a few times, and they're chill. They're fine people. I have nothing against it. They're just like strangers that we hang out with, and yeah, I'm not trying to put them down. Like, they're nice people, but they really have no interest in what I'm interested in, and I've tried to get into what they're into, and we're just not a match, and it is what it is. It's fine.
Yeah, I come from it's pretty screwed up, actually. I've had quite a lot of psychiatric and problem. I've had, I've all been sorted out. The NHS sorted it all out. They were very good to me, and it's all sorted.
How are you, Divine? It's been a while.
Who, me? Or
Divine.
Hazel? Yeah, Divine.
Hazel.
Hello, Divine Hazel. You're on the show. Welcome. She's muted at the moment. She mustn't be ready to talk. She'll talk when she's ready. But Divine Hazel, feel welcome to talk whenever you're ready. We wait impatiently.
Actually, Brother Marcus, I must tell you, you're in Canada, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in love with a cat in Canada. There's this cat on Catman 757, the most gorgeous, gorgeous tortie. I'm completely besotted with a cat living in Canada. Can't get much madder, can it?
It's okay.
Yeah, Catman 757. He's got about 10 cats, 10 feral cats that he looks after. And he puts stuff online about them, and I give money to him to look after his cats, because I love cats. Yeah, and I'm in love with a cat living in Canada. And I must admit, if I was 20 years younger, I would get on a plane and go and pick her up. But I'm too old now. It wouldn't be fair on her. But I love her to bits. Most gorgeous tortie. Name is Sweetie. That's her name. Big, go visit her, Brother Marcus. This beautiful cat. She is adorable.
Does he take visitors?
Yeah, I expect. I don't know. His number, his thingy is Catman 757. He's on YouTube, and he puts up all this stuff for these cats. Got some gorgeous cats. Because you should have a cat, but because you do know, don't you, Marcus, that women find men with cats very attractive. You do know that,
well,
yes?
Good for women. I don't know. You keep bringing that up.
No.
I'm not a woman. You know that, right?
I said no. Cats make a man very attractive to women.
And?
Well, I'm just saying, you'd attract loads of women if you had a couple.
Why do I want to attract women?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Why not?
Well, why should I'm not going to adopt something into my personality just because it's attractive to women. I'm going to just be who I am, and whether or not someone's attractive is up to them. Like, if I told you should get a lizard because men like lizards, would you get a lizard?
I would have done when I was young, yeah.
Okay, but now.
No, well, I haven't been near a man for over 30 years.
Yeah, lucky you.
Well, I've been spayed.
I've been I've
I've been spayed like a cat.
been psychologically spayed.
I've been physically spayed, just like a female cat.
Relationships are overrated.
There you go. Yes.
Fine. I didn't expect to hear that from you.
Really?
I am not a person that desires partnerships at all. I don't do well in partnerships because I'm strong and independent, and I don't put up with anyone's bullshit. And I call them on it, and that ends it.
Gosh.
Yeah. Actually, yes, I'm the same way. I was actually going to ask D&W how he is able to do it, because I find like when you get into a point of like, this is what bothers me, is that, let's say, I don't know, you're living together, right? And then you have a decision. One person wants X, one person wants Y.
Yeah.
I notice that in certain relationships, a lot of people just concede. They're just like, well, I wanted to do X, but my partner wanted to do Y, so we just went with Y. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, wait a minute. Why did that person have higher priority than your value? you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know how
Exactly.
that works, so I just don't do it.
Oh, wow.
I actually know
Yeah.
a woman. She said, well, I ended up taking the shot. And I said, why? And she goes, because my husband did. I go, so what does that have to do with you? And she goes, well, we're married. And I'm like, okay, so you guys going to both die together? And she just kind of looked at me. It's like, you don't do it just because he did it.
Yeah, and
Have
why
a
doesn't it
mind of
work
your
in
own.
reverse? Why doesn't it
Exactly.
work like, yeah, like that? Oh, anyways, it's triggering me.
Yeah, it
Why?
just pushes my buttons. So
Because they talk about it like it's normal, natural, and it's just it like they look at me like the weird ones, like, and I'm like, I think it's just being. I listen. I'm pretty sure there's a rational answer. Obviously, people have relationships, and there's healthy ways of doing it, but people just say things like that. They're like, yeah, I wanted to do something else, but my partner wanted to do something else, and I did what my partner did, and and it's never like reversed. And I'm like, well, why not? Like, how did that work out? Unless you really believe in this sub-dom thing, maybe. Like one person has to be submissive, but I don't think that's a healthy thing either. It could be if you consent to it, but anyway, I don't want to. It bothers me because I am lonely and I would like companionship, but I also don't want to have someone telling me like controlling me. I want to do my thing. And the way that I see it is like, okay, you want to do your thing and I do my thing and we respect our choices.
exactly.
We don't have that. That's how it would work for me. It's like, you want to do X, I want to do Y. We're both going to do what we want. And then we'll meet after we're done doing whatever. Then we can meet, for something else at that point.
When my partner was alive, that's how we handled our relationship.
That's good. Yeah.
What?
I could
And
probably
that was,
work on something
and
like
he
that.
died 14 years ago this month. So, and man, I miss it. I miss him. I miss the laughter. I miss the walks. But
Companionship.
whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, I hear you.
Thank you for switching back to StreamYard. I couldn't get on the other way.
No, you're
My
welcome,
internet was
Marlene.
lousy. I just
did
couldn't get
listen.
it.
And it was a problem with Restream. I mean, they were a bit glitchy. It wasn't great.
Yeah.
And by the way, guys,
they were quite glitchy actually.
Yeah.
I've got some good news, guys.
What's
I've
that?
got some tremendous news.
What's that?
JE. Oh no, it's not JE. It's life abolitionism. Sorry. Oh, but anyway, that's good news as well.
That's still good news.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better than noodles.
No, don't say that. Be nice.
I am saying it. I speak the truth at all times. Not going to tell me what to do.
You speak your truth.
Yes, I do.
So, life abolitionism. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I just wanted to comment on the whole relationship thing because I don't do relationships either. I find them to be very draining, that you basically lose yourself. And because I grew up in an abusive household, it's like I feel like I was stifled, that I always had to cater to my parents, especially my mother, who was very like narcissistic.
Yeah.
It's like she would explode if I didn't do what she. So I basically became a people pleaser. So to answer his question, why do people do it? Because I mean, I can't say why everybody does it, but I was raised to be a people pleaser, to be very sensitive to what other people wanted and to not put myself first.
Yeah, I can relate to
Well,
that, but that's why I try to avoid it, because I don't like that feeling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They
yeah.
must have went to narcissistic school together.
I must admit, I always found being a mistress far easier than having a relationship, and certainly easier than being a wife.
Yeah, that's
Hello?
one way of
Mustn't say
yeah.
that. No, I like being a. You know what? I liked being a mistress. It was actually far, far easier.
If it's open and everybody knows about it, but like if it's in secret, you're participating in something that's, you know.
Well,
Yeah. It should
most
always be
people-
out in the open and never hidden.
Oh well, it was mostly guys from law firms, so people tended to know what I was up to.
But
No, most of the time, the secrecy is not for your benefit; it's for his benefit
Yeah.
because he's
Yeah.
living a double life and he doesn't want you to tell. And I can say that even as a gay man, a lot of these guys pretend that they're straight and they're doing dirty, they're doing things on the side that they would not want people to know.
Yeah.
You're darn right they do. Because my girlfriend was married her whole life to this one person. I mean, the whole thing was kind of like arranged. It was a small town. It was two prominent families that connected. They got married. She got married with an open heart and was purely in love. He used her as a guise for his extracurricular activities with other men.
Yeah, they hide
when
it,
he
don't
would go
they?
on, quote, business trips. Well, the
Mm.
foolish guy took pictures one time and didn't realize it, I guess. And we were packing in her house to move because eventually down the road they got divorced. So I helped pack her kitchen. I don't look in people's things when I'm packing them. I just put them away and do what I'm supposed to do. Years later, she calls me. She says, "You need to come to the house." I said, "Okay." So I came over there and she goes, "I got to show you something." And I said, "All right." She says, "Sit down." Sat down. She says, "Remember when you were packing in my kitchen?" I said, "Yes." "Did I break something?" She said, "No." She says, "No, no, no." She says, "Look at this." And she showed me the pictures that he was taking when he was going on his business trips.
Oh my
And she
goodness.
says, "Look at the date." She says, "This was from the very beginning of our relationship, and they had already been married like 15 or 20 years. And she was crushed. You could see it. And just to watch her get crushed like that hurt my feelings so bad, because if a man is going to start out doing that right from the very beginning, when she was such a beautiful person, he doesn't deserve to be married.
It's very common, though.
He
Do
used
that.
her as a guise for him to get away with those things.
Yeah, it's very common.
And people in public and everything thought that, well, when they went to go get divorced, she promised not to let it out because as long as he kept up her health insurance, she figured that's the least she should have from him, is at least solid health insurance. Well, he met someone else few years later, and he decided to get married to her. And he was still doing the same thing to her, using her as a guise for him to do his funny things. So after that, my friend decided, she says, "Hazel, I'm giving you permission to tell the freaking world." I says, "Okay." And I did. Her and I both, we made it a pact. We told the world who he was. So it's like, you can only just take so much. This person
Yeah.
was the most, I don't know, she was exemplary. I mean, I can't even explain the type of person that she was. She was such an inspiration to all. She helped others. She was a landlord. She had 22 properties that she took care of and housed people in, and she spoiled them and she got them things and she counseled them. I mean, she was just a really phenomenal person. And when she passed away, the whole world was sad because she was just such a wonderful person. She didn't deserve to be treated that way. But that's what, and men don't look like men anymore. So I don't want the headache. You don't know which ones are men and which ones are faking it. So.
No, but I feel that the backlash goes on to the ones who are honest, the ones who are open. And all of the public scrutiny goes on the ones who are out with it. But the ones who are living a double lives, they don't get any pushback. And I feel that they are actually exploiting the gay community because they get to have all of the fun without any of the scrutiny. And yeah, I feel like they are exploiting us. They want to have sex with us, but they're committing to women and living a double life. So I just at this point I just find it very problematic.
Hmm.
It's abhorrent behavior all around. It just, men should not be using women as guys to get away with things that they shouldn't be doing in the first place.
Yeah.
If you want to be gay, no problem. Just do that. But leave the women out of it.
Well, but it's not socially acceptable, especially if you are trying to be a professional. Maybe if you're lower class, but if you're trying to be, a lawyer or a politician or something, they're not. Nobody respects that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah.
Well, they do it in their shower rooms all the time at law offices. I mean, what difference does it make? If they're going to be doing it anyways, you may as well just let it be out in public.
No, they have to keep
Yes.
up a fake image. That's the whole thing. It's an image that they have to maintain.
Yeah. It's an image that they're trying to keep going, but there's no way that that's going to be a possibility in the future because people want the truth from people. They don't want the lies. And if you're truly honest and you happen to be gay, people are going to love you a whole hell of a lot more because of your honesty rather than who you're sleeping with. Because it doesn't make a difference to me who the hell you're sleeping with. As long as you treat me with honor and respect, then you've got my honor and respect.
You're here.
I don't know. I think a lot of people don't respect men who are openly gay. And it's not even that they're necessarily gay, it's the whole, like, if they're feminine. And if they display any trace of femininity, then it's like they're weak. I think even in 2025, I think we haven't really gotten to a place where it is actually accepted. People say it, but behind closed doors, homophobia is still very real.
I like homosexual men. I do. You know what I don't like? That is these men that like to pretend they're women. Hello.
We've got Yerf dogs here.
Well, but that's also for men's benefit. What they want primarily is to do it in secret. So the best way to do that is to get a transsexual who can actually pass as a woman. So that's not for the transsexual's benefit; it's for the man's benefit.
I don't know what they're playing at, these trans men. Because many, many years ago, I gave my friendship to a trans man. And I went back to his house to help him sort of make his wardrobe and his everything more feminine. And he came on to me, basically. I got the shock of my life. So he's a man pretending to be a woman, but is still attracted to women. That's how sick they are.
Yeah, I just call that bi now.
Huh?
I said they call that bi now.
Oh, because I just assumed that if he was a trans, if he wanted to be a woman, that I don't know what. I just thought he'd be trustworthy. He wasn't. Yeah.
Well, Caitlyn Jenner is still attracted to women.
What?
Caitlyn Jenner.
Some women are into that.
No, not me.
No.
I'm pretty easygoing. I'm not that easygoing.
I'm not saying you are into it. I think clearly some women are into that.
Yeah, weird.
But I don't think many women are into that, but some women are.
And I don't understand these women some women are married to men who do all this sort of thing, aren't they? I couldn't handle it, I must admit.
I don't want a man crawling around in my closet and taking
No,
my
I don't.
clothes.
They're my clothes. Anyway, nothing would fit a man.
Nothing worse.
Divine, what would you do if you came home and your partner was wearing your bra sitting on the sofa?
I'd say the door's right there and don't let it hit you in the ass. I don't care how many years I was invested in it.
Really?
I don't go for that shit. You don't
Yeah,
lie to me. You don't lie to me.
No, we'll never do that.
You want to tell me right from the very start when we're starting our relationship, that's fine. I don't have an issue with it. At that point, I have a choice whether to continue or not. You don't do it midstream. That doesn't work for me.
So we have Yerf Dogs, who's been very quiet here. Yerf Dogs, are you there, brother?
Oh, I'm so glad he's here. See, he didn't come in either because of noodles.
No, I don't know about that.
I can read
no
minds.
comment. No comment.
Is this the Bash Noodle show? I don't think so. Come on.
Yeah.
Go on, Yerf.
Look, all you have to
No, I've just
do is
realised the
sit
conversation I've
quietly
walked
in the
into.
background and
No, bro,
watch
I know.
people,
You
and you can tell.
came into a saucy conversation where the ladies are complaining about blokes wearing dresses and coming onto them.
I was just out there. I was just making some coffee and cleaning the kitchen. I'll come back to the stream and just log on and see what's going on.
Chickpea,
Oh, Jesus.
Chickpea, if he had been wearing a different shade of lipstick, might you have gone for it?
No, DW. No, okay. I just assumed, because what happened was many few years prior, there'd been a trans temp came and worked with me in the office, and I had a hissy fit and I complained, and he was fired basically. And I've always felt a bit guilty about it. So I thought when I met this trans guy, I'd make up for my bad deed and I'd be nice to him and try and help him become more feminine. I actually was being a nice female, but no, that didn't pay off. Yeah, a good job. I managed to get away, but yeah, weird, because I didn't expect that to happen. I just assumed that he would be a gay guy. You know, why is he dressing up as a woman? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that's what happened.
It's for the same reasons that men go into women's restrooms, because they really don't have the intention on using the restroom properly. They have every intention on using the restrooms improperly.
Isn't it sickening?
It's not.
My local hospital does it. Believe it or not,
Did you ever go into a men's restroom, Chickpea or Divine?
Yes, I always go into men's loos. Yes, D&W. I like to go to
I have before, because the women's room was too busy, and the men's rooms, as long as the door locks behind you, is just as safe as a woman's room. So yes, I have gone in men's rooms before.
Yeah, I remember in nightclubs you would see women going into them sometime, obviously because they needed to pee, and the queue for the women's was so long, and sometimes you'd see women kind of doing some kind of acrobatic squat to pee into the urinal.
Really?
Yeah, I've
never seen that.
That's talent.
But no, DW, I've never been inside a men's loo. I don't do things like that, and I know even in the Navy I didn't.
What about when you were a mistress? I mean, surely you had to go places, right? Was it all lunchtime hotel meetings kind of thing?
No, I had a flat just a couple of minutes walk from the city.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't do that. They can't come to my place because they'll get too comfortable. Like they have to have their own place, or they have to get a hotel. You're not coming to my place.
Yeah,
is that because are you frightened of stalkers? Life abolitionism.
I have had stalkers, but I just don't want to be that accessible. Especially because the house that I live in now is not gated, so anybody can just walk up, and I don't like they'll get really possessive and want to know like what you're doing, and I just don't like that. Especially I'm not in a relationship and we're just hooking up.
Tell us about some of these people that have come back for more when you didn't want it, etc., etc. If you want to, that is.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I was an intern. and I was hooking up with this. I actually met him before I was an intern. I didn't even know what his job was. But once I went to the internship, and I was supposed to be interviewing, or I was interviewing him to find out information about his position, right? And it was so awkward because I didn't know that it was him, and I had to just be all professional. And he just stalked me constantly, just like sending me these stupid emails. And mind you, he had a whole double life, which I never asked him about. I'm pretty sure he was married. I could never go to his house. He always had to come to my house or my apartment at the time. Um, and I just, and I felt like when he came to my apartment, he acted as if it was his apartment. Like he didn't want me to have a cat. He didn't like the way I did certain things. It's like you don't pay bills, like because he was the dominant one, I guess. He felt that he was in charge, even though it was my place. Like I feel it's like you're coming to my place. You're going to dirty up my linen. I have to make it comfortable for you, and then you get to just leave and have it so easy. Like no, and I feel that, let me just make this last point. I think that it actually weeds out a lot of people because if they have to host, and that's the term we use in the gay community. Can you host? Um, Most of them can't host because they don't have their own place. So it weeds out a lot of people. It weeds out the people who are broke, the people who are begging for money, the people who they are homosexuals and they're looking for a place to stay. Um, so as a rule, I just do not host anymore.
Okay, that's
I think
that's
that's
interesting.
good for you. Then you'll be more protected.
But surely, yeah, I've have you had any horror stories about stalking? Obviously, don't be too personal because the stalker might watch and figure out who you are. But any of you ladies been stalked before? Because I hear it's very common. And how
Yes,
did you
I have.
deal with it? What advice do you have for men or women who are being stalked by people who are trying to get, I don't know, their romantic attention or whatever?
You get a 22 caliber pistol, you call them up and you tell them, I now have a gun and you probably shouldn't come to my door because if you do, I'll drag your ass in after I shoot you. And then they
That's
leave
in
you alone.
America.
This man used to climb up on a roof of the neighbor's house downstairs to look inside of my home.
Wow.
So
How long
I
ago
had
was
no
that?
choice but to get a gun and threaten him.
How long ago was that?
1989.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I didn't actually give the best example. There's a neighbor who hasn't been doing it recently, but for probably 2.5 years, he was stalking me, constantly ringing the doorbell. He would climb over my fence, bang on windows. I don't know. I mean, I've spoken to him, but I don't actually know him. I've called the police. They don't do anything. He stopped temporarily, but I'm assuming he's going to go back to doing it. Like I'm thinking I need to get a dog. I do have cameras, but some kind of way he
Just
always
get a barking machine. That'll work.
Yeah, I don't even know what he wants. Like ostensibly he's straight, but I don't know. I think he's a homosexual. So every time he gets kicked out, he thinks that he can just go shack up in my place, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah. So, what about you, Chickpea? Any experiences in that regard that you'd like to share with us, if it's not too traumatic to remember? I'll take that as a no. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, Divine, it's been a long time since you came on the show to talk, and I'm delighted you're here.
I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Thank you. Have you had any eureka moments, personal eureka moments, or insights into what is going on since we last spoke to you in this strange existence?
I know it's a great time to be alive. That's all I know.
Okay.
Why is that?
this is a monumental time for us as a species on the Earth plane right now, and you'll never have this ever happen again in our lifetime.
But what's going to happen? I don't see anything good happening personally, but you're an optimist, so you see things differently.
I just think things are going to shift in a way where everybody's, everyone is treated equally. There won't be any of this foolishness that goes on now.
Well, you're right, because we are going into the age of
Aquarius.
But it's a transition. The transition has a lot of turmoil. So I'm not sure that we're actually going to see it. If we actually are fortunate, well, I'm not going to say I would be, but if we actually are alive when the full transition happens, then maybe there could be a better life for us. But I'm not sure. I mean, they're not even sure of the dates of when it goes into full effect.
Well, they say we're in World War III right now, but I don't know. I don't know that part. I don't connect in with wars very well.
No, I'm afraid I'm not as optimistic as you lot. I'm one of these weirdos that believes in the mark of the beast, you know, and I really believe it. And it's going to be the death of me because I won't be getting myself chipped.
But this is the thing that is very confusing to me, because I saw all these Christians, because I'm not a Christian anymore, but I used to be Christian.
Yeah.
And I took that very seriously, the whole mark of the beast. And I thought the mark of the beast was during the Bush administration, the war in Iraq. I mean, a lot of people have made predictions. We don't know when it's going to happen, but look at the whole COVID debacle. Like they didn't, there was no resistance. They all took it. So
exactly. I didn't.
No, I didn't either.
And I went out and I didn't wear a mask either. I did get an asthma thing, you know, a little tag around my neck. So I had an excuse. But no, I loved the lockdown. It was lovely because there was no cars where I live. It was lovely. The air was nice and clean. And I enjoyed the lockdown. I hope we get another one. I actually went out.
well, the government has in America, I'm not sure how it works in the UK, but they cut our SNAP benefits. I don't get it, but a lot of people they rely on food assistance from the government.
Yes.
And so they're begging and crying, like, please, you know, my children can't eat. And so that is all the leverage you need. If you hold that as leverage, people will accept the mark of the beast in order to feed their children.
That's abhorrent. It shouldn't be allowed.
There's something I don't understand about America, because I watch a lot of these programs about the very obese Americans. And what I don't understand is how these people can afford to get to be sort of weigh 600 pounds and have a car to drive and this and that and everything. Because I thought that America's welfare state was pretty well non-existent.
No, it's based on the state. I mean, there is no national policy, but the federal government distributes benefits to the state, and then the state has to administer it. So the state has to allocate it, you know, throughout the different counties, but all states are not the same when it comes to that. And there are people who have abused it, and they don't work, so they do just sit at home and eat. And
yeah, and they can afford cars. Don't understand. You know what else I find weird about America is all these people who hoard masses and masses of stuff in these nice big houses and ruin the whole godforsaken house with it. Do you ever watch those programs? The hoarders.
I don't watch TV.
No.
Yeah, but that happens here as well.
Yes, on YouTube. Fine. I don't watch TV. I don't have a TV. This is all on YouTube. Watch it. Unbelievable.
Chickpea happens here as well.
Yeah, I know. Yes. I don't understand it. I just don't quite understand it.
Well, apparently it's they've got a brain anomaly that gives them great like we all get like I don't know, some kind of neurotransmitter or boost in our brain when we buy something, okay, or
Yes,
we
I know.
get
Don't tell me
something,
about
right?
it.
But they have a strong their brain reacts in a stronger manner to
Yes, it must
material
do.
things. And apparently that's what it's about. They literally have a brain that reacts in a stronger manner to material things. And it's kind of like, in some ways, it's like an addiction. They have a really strong neurological reaction to things they collect, and they just can't let go. But they also say it's trauma based, so I don't know. They say
Yeah.
it's related to trauma, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's epigenetically caused by trauma. I don't know.
I don't know. Weird though. But some of these, they live in these lovely houses and they destroy their entire house. Weird.
And then they go out and they start hoarding in their car or their van as well.
Yeah. Gardens, everything. You know, incredible. No, I watch a lot of American stuff on YouTube. I watch American cats, Canadian cats.
I
There's
watched
no
How to
obesity
Cut
in
Trees
Japan. In
Down.
Japan, obesity is just a zero problem.
What?
In
There's
Japan,
no fat.
there's
there's
fat
no
people, but
obesity
it's just it's you know
It's
you have
it's
to
overweight,
try
not
really hard
yeah.
to get fat here.
Yeah. No morbidly. There's no like 600-pound or 500-pound people.
I'm sure
in
there
Japan.
are, but no, you're not going to see them.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
They're just so rare.
See them on YouTube.
Yeah, but he's talking about Japan, GP.
Oh, Japan. No, they're all beautiful, aren't they? The people in Japan. They are beautiful, slim people. They're very gorgeous looking people.
They're very
But
connected to the creator of all that is. They're not just random people. They're a very unique species and very
Yeah, gorgeous to
Very
look at. I've
unique
always
species.
found, especially
very
the women.
blessed.
Beautiful.
Brilliant.
Oh yeah,
very,
the
very
Japanese
intelligent.
the Japanese species are great. Yeah.
Yeah. No, they are.
No,
Gorgeous
I think
to
it's
look
got
at.
a lot to do with the fact that there's for two reasons. The companies do annual health checks on everybody, and the second reason is people here don't hesitate to tell you you're fat. I mean, when I started to pack on the beef, seriously, just people I was with, you said, Steve-o, you're really getting fat. Are you okay? Like just to your face. And it's great. It's the best thing. It's the best thing in the world. It makes you just go, oh fuck, okay, I better lose that.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I think it's great. With all this culture I see in the West, you can't say that stuff because it's politically incorrect or whatever. No, get over yourself. It's good to have people tell you that you're getting fat.
I agree with you
It's
on
good.
that,
Yeah, that's a true friend when they can look you in the eye and say that to you. You know that they have your highest
they're not
investment
necessarily
order.
friends. It's just because there's no fat people here. It's they just don't have any. There's no societal norms against telling people that they're getting fat because it's just so unusual. It's not a protected thing. You're getting fat. What are you doing? It's good.
Remember, when I was young in the 60s, everyone was skinny. They were. I remember Twiggy. There used to be this model called Twiggy. Fabulous. She was my heroine.
Wasn't she on heroin?
No, she wasn't. She still looks good. Have you seen how she looks now?
Yeah, I know who Twiggy is. Yeah.
It's gorgeous looking. She was my hero. And I was always like, I used to starve myself to be as thin as she was. And I'm still doing it, starving myself. I'm the thinnest person I know. Thankfully.
So how about the New York election? Everyone know about that? Everyone happy with that?
Isn't that shocking?
It's causing lots of chatter on the
Yes,
WWW.
it's going to be a bit scary. You know what? Here in Birmingham, there's a mayor that can't even speak English.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think it's that bad, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw this New York election. I actually haven't. Mandani, he's obviously a Muslim guy, right?
Yeah.
And
shocking.
Tell us about that. What's happening there? Because I doubt Trump's very happy.
Well, apparently he's just a diehard communist.
Oh.
Islamist. That's that's the impression I'm getting about the guy. And I'm just, it's going to be interesting. I'm just pleased I'm not involved in any of that shit. It's just from afar I can see what's going on. It's going to be an interesting, what do you call it, like a mayoral term for the next 4 years or whatever it is.
Yeah, I had to mute you, Life Abolitionism, because you were echoing. Yeah. But Life, I'm going to unmute you. Do you have anything to say about the election in New York City?
I mean, I'm an anarchist, so I don't vote anymore. But I do think that it is a result of the fact that the government has let people down. The fact that, I don't live in New York, but I've heard stories about the transportation problem, that there's congested transportation, there's a housing crisis. And I think that people are moving into a socialist direction. I think that they know that, which is why they have gerrymandered so many states. There's a huge backlash against Trump. Like, people put Trump in office so that he would be America first, and he's not been America first. He's thrown American people under the bus. So I think that they're not really loyal to, in principle, that you're an American. Like you like Mandani is an immigrant, but I don't think they really care. They're really interested in the policies, that they want the government to actually protect them and provide for them. I'm not an advocate for big government, but at the same time, if the government is going to have such a paternalistic role in our lives, then it should have a corresponding responsibility. Because right now it's every man for himself, but then it's not every man for himself when it comes to making personal decisions. The government wants to regulate whether you can and can't get an abortion. They really dictate every aspect of your life and then not take any responsibility for the outcomes.
You know, it's what I hate about Donald Trump, because he's such a capitalist, and then he witters and twitters about abortion, because I'm very pro-abortion, and it just gets me that on the one hand he's got this horrible capitalistic viewpoint, but he's anti-abortion. I hate anti-abortion.
He wasn't always anti-abortion. He used to be pro-choice. He used to be pro same-sex marriage. He was actually pro same-sex marriage before Hillary Clinton and Obama. And now all of a sudden he's pretending that he's so Christian, and it's so fake. It's so performative. I don't.
It's sickening. Yeah. Hello. Oh.
I don't know if Trump is anti-abortion or anti.
Yeah, he's anti-abortion. He's anti-abortion. He's very anti-abortion.
No, he bragged about the fact that he appointed the Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe v. Wade. So he's actually taking credit for getting rid of abortion in many states.
My understanding was that he wanted to give it back to the states, and so it wasn't a federal issue.
No, he's very anti-abortion.
Which effectively means that he's taken away abortion for many women who live in.
Disgusting. I tell you, I think that is so bad.
Okay, I wouldn't go so far as to say that's necessarily anti-abortion.
No, he's very anti-abortion.
I think he believes
no,
in
he's very
rights.
Anti-abortion. I know.
Well, but he specifically said that he was anti-abortion.
He said that, did he?
He said that he was talking about how terrible it is that women get abortion on demand. He sort of alluded that he was Christian, though he didn't say it explicitly, but he took credit for the fact that women no longer have access to abortion because of the Supreme justices that he appointed.
Yeah, he sickens me. Absolutely sickens me.
I don't know. Anti-abortion is a different. I'm just not sure that.
No, I promise you, Doc, he's very, very anti-abortion.
Well, what does it mean to you?
Is
it the ethicality of abortion?
Well, he thinks it's wrong that women are murdering their babies. I mean, I'm not quite sure I can call a fetus a baby, but there you go.
Right. So he's going to deprive, not him, because it's not, the Supreme Court is the one the entity that actually did it. But now that they don't have access to abortion, they're also not having access to SNAP benefits. So you're not going to feed these women after they're forced to have children, and there is every man for himself. So that's the hypocrisy behind it.
Yeah.
You have to fund your own policies.
Yeah. It's a nasty piece of work.
So if you get an abortion, you don't get SNAP benefits? Is that it?
No, there's a government shutdown. So Trump doesn't care that these families don't have access to SNAP benefits. He's going to prolong the shutdown as long as possible because he's not going to give in into any of the demands that the Democrats have.
Yeah. I find him totally loathsome. Oh, Trump, revolting man.
I think he's funny.
I don't. There's nothing funny about him. He's a nasty piece of work. Nasty man. Nasty, greedy little capitalist shitbag.
I think he's throwing America under the bus. And I'm not saying that Kamala Harris would have been better, but I think he doesn't care. I think he's not loyal to the American people.
Nah.
I was going to say, at least we have him just for a couple more years, but no, this is his first year still.
Yeah. There's still 3 more years to go.
There's still 3 more years left.
And if the Democrats don't get their act together, then it'll be J.D. Vance on the bill for the next 8 years or something. I mean,
the Republicans will never support him because he's married to an Indian woman, and Republicans they're supposed to be the party of America first, so they're never going to accept J.D. Vance.
Okay, well, that'll play out as it plays out. So, but I think at this point in time that it's a Republicans' game to lose. The Democrats are so far behind the 8 ball; it's quite funny to watch. Terrible for America, terrible, but you know. But I think Trump doesn't come from political stock. He works in. I mean, he's a businessman, give or take. How good he is.
Estate agent, wasn't he?
Sorry.
He was an estate agent.
Oh,
So
he was a developer.
out.
He was a developer. Well,
Yeah,
I think he still is. I mean, his company. I mean, I don't know what the legal status is with his relationship with his companies, but he develops and builds.
Horrible little
He's in
man.
construction.
He's a real estate agent, correct? Because before he became the president, I used to go to some real estate classes, and he was there with Robert Kiyosaki and
Oh yeah.
Tony Robbins.
God. Jeez, that's a trifecta I'll never go to.
Exactly. Well, I was only there to listen to Robert Kiyosaki, anyways. So.
Yeah, he's interesting, but it turned out his book was a big fraud. Everything, you know, which is a shame because it was a good book when I first read it, the Rich Dad Poor Dad thing. But I think Trump, he doesn't come from political stock. He's really rough around the edges in terms of politics, like the way he swears and stuff, which, you know, is a bit off at times. But I just think in business, what you do is generally you just plow ahead with what you want to do and then clean up the legal and accounting messes later. Whereas in politics, I think they do it in reverse. You know, you kind of play it a bit more safe. So he's not a safe player. And I just think he's running government the way he runs his businesses. Again, better or for worse. He's just different stock.
There's so many lovely men in America. You would have thought they'd find somebody a bit better than Trump.
Well, you can say the same about Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris was not a man. I mean, not a woman.
Okay,
She was a man.
Yeah, I know, but you get, in terms of finding better people to run for election. But yeah, seriously, if those are the two best,
If you're going to
people
get
you
up
can
on the
put forward-
platform and dress one way and say something else, you don't belong up on the platform at all. Walk your talk and speak your truth, and you're all hooked up.
What? She dresses conservatively, doesn't she?
Mm. Or are you speaking metaphorically, Divine?
I don't think that we should be entertaining a man dressed as a woman as our president, unless he's telling the truth.
Well, they're not.
Hello,
Kamala-
I am a man, and I love to dress up as a woman, and I want to be your president, is what he should be saying.
Sorry.
I am so
Divine
confused.
literally thinks Kamala Harris is a man.
Really?
Oh, are you
Just
serious?
so you know.
It's been
Oh.
proven, yes.
It's been proven. I
Yes.
haven't even heard this as a theory.
No, I've
Oh my
never heard
Yes.
this either.
Well,
In fact,
it's been proven.
I've heard the exact opposite, that she slipped away to the top.
Mm.
He probably did sleep his way to the top.
Trump, his. I'm confused.
No,
now.
I'm talking about
Chickpea, you believe this too?
what?
That Kamala Harris is, I don't know what Divine said.
Probably, yeah. I think there's a lot of it about, actually.
Where have you guys heard this
What
from?
did David Icke say about it?
He
Is it
hasn't said
David Icke?
anything. Now stop it, DNW.
Don't you
DNW,
turn
have you
into a
heard this?
noodles.
I like to think I know all the weird shit going on on the internet.
Picking
No,
on
they,
you.
with respect, Divine.
DNW's picking on me,
With respect,
Divine.
Divine, I don't believe that. They say the same thing about Michelle Obama. They say the same thing about every woman in the limelight on the left. I just think it's.
Mind you, Michelle Obama, I've seen a couple of pictures
No,
of
come
her,
on.
and it does
She's
look like
a
she's got
woman.
a willy. And he, what's his name? Her husband has let the name Michael fall out of his mouth a couple of times, and he has done.
That's how come everyone was privy to it, because he actually called her Michael in a public setting.
Yeah, it's fallen out of his mouth a couple of times.
There's pictures of her and video of her when she was a young, you know. I don't think so.
Yeah.
You can do
So
a lot with
Looked like
cameras
she
these
had a
days.
willy. There was one time she was wearing this dress that looked like she had a willy.
Anyway.
Was that before or after the advent of AI, you know, doctoring?
I've seen those
Photoshop.
videos too, but I mean, come on. Come on.
Come on, Chickpea.
All right.
Come on, Chickpea.
And what do you think of old
Yeah,
what's
but
name
Divine,
married to
where's
the
your
gorgeous
evidence? That's what we want to know. What is the
what
evidence?
what do you think about what's name who's married to Macron? They're saying
yeah,
she's
that
a
one.
man too.
Yeah, that's another one that's been proven wrong. I think Candice Owens was saying that, wasn't she?
Candace Owens is just such a clown. Honestly, it's just so bizarre listening to this. It's so bizarre to me.
I will say one thing. I don't think she's a man, but I think she's a creep because she was like
Yeah,
30
I'd
something,
agree with that.
35, going with a 15-year-old boy or something, or
Yeah.
even if he was 17, it's still creepy as fuck.
Wasn't
That's
she
the
like
creepy
his
part, yeah.
babysitter or something, or teacher?
Just teacher, yeah.
Teacher, I think.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, it is disgusting.
Yeah.
He's
I mean,
so
she met him when he was
gorgeous.
15, and they were publicly going out when he was 17 or something. And
Yeah. I wonder what he
Oh my
saw.
basically,
in her.
his whole adult life, he's been with her, and even the years before he was an adult as well. His developmental
what he
years.
saw
It's
in
creepy
her.
as fuck. It's creepy as fuck.
I agree with you, DNW. That if she's a man or that's just almost irrelevant. It's the other stuff that's really important.
I'm surprised his parents let it happen, like, because I wouldn't let that happen. No
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
way. You know,
Mm.
very strange.
He's so gorgeous as well. He can have any woman he wanted.
Is he your cup of tea? Is he?
Yes. Yeah, I like Macron. Yeah, I think it's very attractive.
Well, I think you might be old enough for him. Actually, she's older than you.
Yeah.
Touche,
yeah.
touche.
Yes, I am old enough. Yeah.
You never know.
Mm. No, you know me.
Manifest that reality.
No, you know me.
All you have to do is put
Take
a
some
phallus
HRT.
in your panties
No, I need to
and
take lots of
take a
HRT.
photo. What?
DW.
Well, you said she's a man. I'm saying take a photo with a banana in your panties and
God.
put it online. You might get a call.
Have you seen that thing about this thing that women do? It's called webcam. Have any of you come across
Bro, are you kidding me?
Have
Have you heard of email?
Sorry,
Yes, I've heard of.
Are
webcam.
you from Chickpea? Are you from 1869?
No, this thing women do. And there was this,
Right.
they earn money.
I've never
doing
heard of
it.
this. Can you tell me more, please?
Webcam. And these women, they sell themselves online. And this one woman, men like to watch her cover herself in baked beans. And they
Oh, you
they
found
pay-
my fetish.
No, but they pay £1 a minute to watch her sit in a bath covering herself in bloody
Do you have the domain name by it?
It's called webcam or camweb or something.
Oh yeah,
Read
probably
about it
OnlyFans or something like that. Probably OnlyFans.
Really weird. What Men.
There's a
I
market for
can't
everything.
understand why a man would pay someone. To
What would
cover
you do,
themselves in
Chickpea?
baking. What?
What would you do, Chickpea? Come on, we live in a big bad world where money matters. What would you
Well,
do?
You know me. I've been spayed. I don't have any sex drive at all.
But that doesn't come across in a video. No one would know.
No
What?
one would know. You could be you could come across as the horniest minx that ever lived.
There you go.
If you were a good enough actress, sorry. Although they say
Thank
actor now in
you.
Hollywood for anybody, don't they? But
Getting too
Yeah.
old anyway. There are old deer sitting there.
There's a market for everything, right?
there is. There's someone out there in the world that wants to pay you $1 million, Chickpea, for something,
I wish.
Seriously.
And-
Yeah.
and you just haven't thought of the idea yet. You know.
I wonder if someone would pay to see me throw baked beans all over myself in the bathtub. I wonder how that would go.
That's honestly is what she was doing. Throwing.
No, they're probably Earth dogs. We're laughing, but there probably actually is.
There
someone
probably
who
is. There would be somebody. Yeah. How awful for
Men
their,
will
for
pay
their
for
eyes.
it.
Well, at least it will be intelligent.
I watched a documentary before about. Have you ever heard of feeders? Now that is one
Yeah,
Oh
fucked
yeah,
up
it's
fetish.
weird, isn't it? Yeah.
That is fucked up, man.
It's
And
like
it's
people
always
who
like-
enable people to get overweight, or what is it?
Yeah, basically it is that, but it's even worse. Like they literally get into bed with them, and they pump like the one I was watching. They were pumping cookie dough down their throat. Like it's like they were like a foie gras fucking goose, and they were like pumping shit into their mouth like cookie dough. In
That's
like
disgusting.
you know when you're icing a cake, Divine, and you're pumping out the icing or whatever it is, the decoration. It was one of those kind of sacks full of the cookie dough, and they were
Yuck.
pushing it out, pushing it in and making them swallow it. Yeah, and that is a weird fetish on both sides. Like, why the fuck would you want that? Because ultimately, the person swallowing it must end up feeling like a bucket of shit. You know, it just must feel absolutely horrific after, the feeding. I just don't know why anybody would put themselves through that, or why anybody would want to put someone else through that. You know, that
Make
is
a
just
ton of
fucked
cash.
up. Sorry.
They make a lot of money out of it. That's why.
Yeah.
So we've discovered your new job, Chickpea the feeder.
No, not eating. None of that.
No, you're going to be the one feeding them. Yeah.
And pouring baked beans over yourself while you do it.
Yes, well. It's
Yeah,
just-
yeah, yeah.
sometimes it's
I can
weird.
think of many things to be in the bathtub with, but baked beans is the last thing.
Yeah, she was actually
no.
sitting there covering herself in baked beans
That's
and getting paid for it. This man was sitting
wow.
watching it on
Wow.
on his laptop.
I think that's
I don't know.
hilarious. That's great.
What? It's true. It's online. It's on
Pound a
YouTube.
minute.
It's on YouTube. Yeah.
Well, the return on investment, she needs to get a fair few minutes, right? I don't know how much a can of
I
beans is.
tell you,
these days.
some of them earn £1,000 a week.
Yeah.
Although some of them are earning millions a month, like the top.
I must have missed my
performers.
calling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same here.
Divine, it's not too late.
Yeah.
Go on OnlyFans, guys and girls, and I'll share the links here for you. As long as I can get an affiliate marketing plan where I get like I don't know, £5 for every sign up to your account,
I
But you just got to choose your
Definitely.
niche,
I made a pact with myself when I first went on the internet. If I can have good, clean internet the whole time I'm on it, I'll stay with it. The day that I see smut in any way that I feel that is inappropriate, I'm off and I will go to a flip phone. I will not engage with that at all.
Mhm.
I don't
How's
think
That
that?
doesn't mean I judge people because I don't. If that's how they make their living and they can make a living doing that, all the more power to them. But it's not for me. That's all. But I can think of a lot better ways to have fun in a bathtub than a freaking
That's what she
can
was
of
doing.
beans.
That's what she was doing.
can of
That's-
beans is
men
not
will
where
pay
Shapers.
someone to do that for their entertainment.
I wonder if you could get a Watties sponsorship for that.
What?
I'm wondering if you can get a Watties sponsorship.
I don't know.
They don't know
That's
what that
very-
is.
That'll be a very in group joke, I think.
Mm.
So
Those
in
men
group that
pay
I'm the only
for
one who
all these weird
understands.
things.
No.
Nothing. It's nothing.
Explain it.
Talk to me.
No, UF Dogs made a joke. I didn't understand it.
Oh, sorry.
It was
Oh, you know the brand Watties?
no. Is that a can of beans? Is it?
Okay, yeah, they in New Zealand they make the baked beans down there. So
Oh right, yeah. No, we only eat Heinz here.
okay,
Heinz baked beans, or the Sainsbury's, or I suppose there's a few.
B&M,
other ones.
made in Maine.
Ah,
Ah,
yeah.
right. It says here, inside the hidden world of webcam workers. This is on YouTube. Webcam.
Chickpea, do you want to turn your cam on for this one?
No, I do not.
Okay.
That's what it knows. It's just saying that's what it's called. Inside the world of webcam workers.
Chickpea, mate. Just to let you know, I'm starting to feel a bit guilty. We're all kind of having you on a bit. We all know about this stuff.
Do you? Oh, right.
Yeah, we do.
It's
We do.
pretty.
It's OnlyFans, isn't it? There's this website called OnlyFans.
That's the big one. Yeah.
Mm.
But there's
Just
been a
so
lot of
strange.
pushback. Like Pornhub and has been. Like, have you heard of a chick called Layla Micklethwaite? Do you know who that is?
No.
Check her out on X. She's doing some really fucking great work. And there's a new book, which I don't know if I'll read it or not, but it's called.
Oh, hold on.
Pornocracy.
Is this the one that's doing basically she's found that there's all these real dodgy videos on Pornhub, and she's she's like tried to campaign for it to be taken offline.
Yep.
Because there's like trafficked women on it and stuff.
Yep. That's the chick.
Stuff
the
like that.
girl.
Yeah. I heard about that. Yeah.
But she went after the credit card companies and she's been amazingly successful at what she does. She's
Wow.
I mean, I follow her. She's really cool.
Yeah, they don't allow they don't allow Pornhub in my state of Texas. And now they have all these restrictions where you have to actually go on camera and confirm your age and so it's just ridiculous. Like, people want to do it in the privacy of their own home. They don't want to have to go online and show their faces.
I bet you Hustler and Playboy are just laughing at glee with the opportunities that's going to give them.
Well, as long as you're logging in with your digital ID, nothing can go wrong.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, next thing you know, they won't feed you because you do online porn.
You're wasting baked beans. Why should we feed you?
Exactly.
Yeah, or they won't feed you because you don't go onto porn sites. That's a possibility too.
Oh, great. I'll starve. I really can't afford too much more to starve from, but whatever.
Yeah.
But no, it's it's a developing area, you know. But and there's a good interview as well. I watched was it the day before yesterday, about from the two authors who wrote that pornocracy book. It's interesting stuff. It's interesting stuff. So,
no, that's how a lot of the criminal and underworld made a lot of money back in the Victorian times when photography came out first, and even in the early 20th century was pornography. You know, a lot of the mobs and shit used to be into that.
It's the same with every new technology, isn't it?
Yeah. But selling porno mags and selling porno films, and unfortunately, a lot of it was trafficked women. You know, women who were kind of forced into it.
And that's still going on nowadays.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is. You're right.
Yeah. It's very, very unpleasant.
It's
The
sickening.
day that men are asked to respect women like they desire respect is the day that may shift. Until then, it won't.
Well, but now they're starting to do it to men too. Like, look at what Diddy and all these other people have been doing. It's not R. Kelly. They have been victimizing men also. So I think the lines are starting to
again. Yeah, that's always been again. That goes back to the mobs.
Why did you interrupt him? I didn't hear him finish his sentence. Okay.
Sorry,
no, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I think that when men actually understand it, when they have been on the receiving end of it, then they'll actually have more empathy. But for a lot of people, when you talk about this, it's just like, oh, that has nothing to do with me. I mean, I think most women automatically, they identify with it and feel vulnerable. But for most men, they don't see it that way. It has nothing to do with them.
Do you know why? It's because when a woman can walk down the street, 10 feet without being objectified or worried that she's walking down a street and that she feels totally safe? Do you know a woman every single day has any number of different reasons not to feel safe, whatever circumstances it is? Men don't have that issue.
Hmm.
Right, and I can
women,
see that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, if women didn't have that issue, things might be a little different. But there isn't a day that I don't worry about something.
Yeah, it's going to be like that in London now.
Well, they blame women for not covering themselves up, but I do see men, especially in my neighborhood, in the middle of the summer, they're walking outside almost naked, like essentially showing everything. And because there's a presumption that men are not desirable and women are, there's nothing sexual about it. But if you are actually attracted to men, then what do men deserve for walking outside without any clothes on?
Well, I don't walk around with anywhere without clothes on, except in a shower situation. And I'm not a prude. I just sound like one. But I don't walk around like that out in public for a reason, because I want to feel safer.
Right, but they assume, like, for example, there may be women who are exercising or what, maybe it's hot outside, maybe they just want to be comfortable. Because I'm not attracted to women, if a woman were to walk outside with some, really short shorts, I would not think anything of it. Even if she was butt naked, it would not do anything. I've been in situations, I've been in rooms with women who were naked, and I did not have any desire to do anything. So because the bias is that women are inherently more attracted than men, there is the presumption that, oh, if she walks outside with not enough clothes on, then she's asking for attention. But if a man does the same thing, it's not because he's looking for attention. It's just because he wants to be comfortable because it's hot outside. So he decided to take his shirt off.
Hmm. But well, speak in London, and I live in the East End of London. It is reaching the stage where little old dear like me gets pestered on the street, and I'm 70 years old. Granted, I don't look 70, but yeah, it's happening.
Yeah, that's not a protection either because during times of war, look at what happened in Germany. Even when elderly women were violated, so they went after little girls, they went after elderly. They didn't care about your age. It's just like if you're a woman, then you were going to be violated.
Yeah, it's starting to happen here in London. I tell you something, in the past 4 or 5 years, I've had several men come up to me walking just down the high street where I live, say to me, "Get out of my way, you bleeping blonde C." And that's what's actually happening here. This is London. That's how bad things are getting. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we hear that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's happening here. What is happening? Do you watch Talk TV? That blonde female on there, I've forgotten her name. That blonde
No,
that
I don't watch it.
Yeah, I like Talk TV, and she's often talking about it.
Catherine says the government still allow the dark web to continue, which is highly dubious. What do you think of that? I agree.
My brother lurks about on there.
Oh no.
Yes. Yes, he buys cheap meat that's been stolen from supermarkets. Yeah, she told me this.
No.
Yes, he's a security guard to boot.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
I don't really think the government or a government can ban the dark. I think that's not going to happen. I mean, that's like banning a lot of the internet. I don't know, maybe they can.
Yeah, most of the internet is the darknet, isn't it?
Well, that's where a lot of drug dealers get their drugs, and a lot of drug users get their drugs. So that's what supports it.
Yeah, my brother gets his meat. He's a security guard, right? And he buys meat that's been stolen from supermarkets. And he boasts about it to me.
Hmm.
It's true.
I wouldn't dob your brother in just like
Sorry?
that online.
What?
You're talking about your brother committing crimes.
Well, my brother won't be here. It's just far too academic for my brother. Stick of shit. Well, he's not my brother. He's my stepbrother. He's not my brother anyway.
She doesn't like him anyway.
If she's speaking the truth, I don't think she has any issues. If she's making up stories, and maybe,
No, I'm not making up stories. It's the truth.
no, you don't seem to be that typical person.
So,
Gaia, are you coming on here? Gaia the Sage, please come on here. Help out.
His name is Sage.
Yeah, I said
Oh.
Gaia the Sage.
No,
Gaia
he's
the
not
Sage.
Gaia anymore. He changed his name.
Oh, if you look at the comments on my on StreamYard here in the studio, it's coming up as Gaia the Sage.
Oh, he hasn't changed it there yet. Okay, so he needs to be reprimanded for that.
And you can see it on the YouTube live chat as well. It says Gaia the Sage. Yeah.
Interesting.
So do you find, do you ever do any shooting practice? You know, you talk about you own a couple of guns. Do you ever do any practice? No, shooting tins.
I don't mean to brag, but I'm a very good shot.
Lucky you. I envy you. I really envy you. I tell you, because I would love to have that.
I was taught by a Navy SEAL, and they don't play. You either have to listen to what they're saying or
yeah, I know. I've been
get
in
out of the way.
I spent 3.5 years in the Navy, British Navy. You didn't know that?
Yeah, you mentioned it before, dear.
Yeah. And I really envy you having that in your life. Wish I had one.
I have 6 rifles and 3 handguns. 4 handguns, excuse me.
I envy you. I really envy you. It's something I would love to have. You know, just
NRA called me yesterday and said, thank you for being a lifetime member.
Wow.
I said, no problem.
What's the story after Huntingdon? Is there going to be a movement to allow people to carry pepper spray in the UK? Or some kind of defense?
Yeah, there seems to be some whispers about that on the internet.
God damn it.
I haven't looked in. I saw a few, there was a few prominent messages on social media about it, but I haven't looked into it up than that. Yeah. I mean,
tell you, if
I don't know if it's a good idea, actually, because if it becomes that easily accessible to buy that shit, it will just be used by teenagers everywhere, just mugging people, So
I tell you, if London's get to be so bad, it's becoming scary. It really is.
I don't know. If it was me, I'd just carry stuff anyway. Fuck it. It just sounds like such a dangerous place at the moment.
I don't know what's happened. This city's becoming really frightening. So
some strong perfume perhaps in your pocket mightn't go astray.
Well, I saw some people suggesting deep heat. Apparently that has the same effect.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
You need a gun, basically.
That has a similar effect.
Shoot the assholes. No, it's becoming very scary here. It's joyless to walk.
There's a reason why back in the day they used to have the keep, and then they used to have the walls around the keep, and then the walls around the keep, and then the moat and all that, and they let certain people in at certain, behind certain walls, and then they left the others outside because it is.
I miss those days.
Do you?
Yes.
Rapunzel, let down your hair. Yeah, and I'm sure you would have been very popular in the keep. Well, I tell you what, Chickpea would never have left it.
No, now D&W is being very, very naughty here. I'm a little old lady who likes to stay at home with her cats. Okay, I just live with my cats, and I don't go out very much anymore because what for? I'm not looking for a man. I can get my shopping delivered. I've been abroad more than most people have in their entire life.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I don't blame you for it. I don't blame you for it, Chickpea. As I say,
also
you go to your local shops, you go to the local cafe, you go to the park.
Yeah, that's all I do.
You got everything you need nearby, and as you said, you are 71 now.
Yes.
So you've done a lot in your life, and
Yes.
you don't feel obliged to do
But
much more and just chill out. Why not just chill out? Good luck to you.
Also, my flat is decorated in blue. The whole flat's blue. Even my floors are blue. And I've got lots of paintings everywhere, lots of sunflowers and pretty lights and 7 cats wandering around. I'm not going to find that much pleasant stuff outside. I'm not. More often not, the sky's grey and the buildings are grey. So I'll stay in my blue flat with my plants and my cats.
I like cats too, but I wouldn't bring them in my house because I have allergies.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I feed the stray cats.
Oh, good for you. That's nice of you. Thank you. So I like men who like cats. Yeah. I do like men who like cats. I've got this tomcat. I'm thinking about buying him a little harness and taking him out for walks. I'd enjoy the attention. Love it.
Well, I just learned that they kill the kittens, which I didn't know that before. So now I have to protect the kittens from the male cats. So, 'cause this is like her 4th litter, and they just keep dying, and I think it's because of the male cats. So
yeah. I wouldn't know. I've never had kittens. My cats always all spayed as soon as they're 4 months old. So I don't know.
yeah, I got them a playpen so that I can feed them and they can still play, but the male cats can't get to them.
I suppose that would happen, yeah, because they do what lions do, don't they? Lions do that. Yeah. Poor. You should get them all done, and that will all stop then. Get them castrated. Be a much happier cat. Much happier. They calm down completely. Because charities, you're in America, I know in America there's charitable organizations that will spay animals, sterilize them and things. It's good for them. Good for humans too. Gets rid of that sexual urge.
Well, I don't know. I got sterilized a long time ago. I didn't really help me.
No. It's not being sterilized. A cat is castrated and the female has all her organs removed. It's different to being sterilized.
Right.
Yeah, no, to take everything away. I know so because I've been spayed just like a cat. So no. I'm completely void of any sexual urges at all. Because it's all hormonal. Just the hormones, because we're designed to breed so that a new victim can be put into the potential fetus. Blah, 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 blah. Recycled for another 70 years of wash, rinse, repeat. Lots of work. Working. Hello? Hello? Everyone?
Hello.
Why is no one saying anything?
I'm just hanging out.
What?
I'm just hanging out.
So yes, you have to get a little boy. You have to get him castrated. He'll be a happy little tomcat. He'll also live a lot longer because spayed tomcats live longer than unspayed, unsterilized, uncastrated. All the rest of it. You may have guessed I'm very anti-sex drive. Good Lord.
There might be a movement for that, Cheapy. Have you ever looked into it?
No one.
You might meet someone and have sex. I'm joking.
Sex?
It was a joke. I said there might be a movement for you to look up, like a no sex movement, and I said you might meet someone and have sex. I'm joking, but no, seriously, there probably are. There movements.
There is a movement. It's something like asexual or something.
All right.
Yeah.
I think there are anti-sex movements. Yeah, or anti-sex. Yeah.
No, I'm not anti-sex. I just haven't got the urge anymore.
Yeah, asexual. They have a flag and everything.
Yeah, but I don't think asexuals are necessarily anti-sex. They just don't desire sex. There are
Yeah,
literally
the same with just no desire there. It's gone.
anti-sex movements, I believe.
Because I tell you, the sex drive is 100% hormonal. I know so because I went through the whole thing with the hormone pills from those poor pregnant horses. Disgusting business.
Say that again.
Pregnant, right? Premurine, it's called. It's a hormone pill they give to women who are postmenopausal.
Oh,
And these pills are made from pregnant mare's urine in Canada. It's a disgusting business. Huh?
They still make it. They still make it like that, do they?
Yeah, it's still going on. Well, you can get HRT from yams as well, but most people prefer the Premurine that comes from horses for some screw reason. I think it tends to work better. And these horses have a terrible, terrible life, and they keep them in a state of constant pregnancy. Don't let them urinate properly by keeping them short of water. So they urinate this strong estrogen or whatever it is for the hormone replacement therapy. It's a shocking business, absolutely disgusting. Yeah, never gets talked about, of course. And when the foals are born, they generally speaking just let them die or just kill them. Shocking business. Absolutely disgraceful. Treat a horse like that.
Brutal.
Yes, it is. Because horses are the most gorgeous creatures. They are. And you get this, when you take hormone replacement therapy, you get this whoosh sex drive, which is probably why so many old dears go running off to Gambia and all these other places looking for men and then get themselves ripped off for every penny they possess, looking for love. It's probably the HRT doing it.
Looking for love.
No, it's true.
Are they looking for love or just a length of cock?
Looking for love. There's documentaries on YouTube about it. They go looking for love and everything. I told a friend of mine did it.
Didn't David Brent sing a song about that?
Yeah.
Did he? Oh, cool.
Looking for love on the highway of love or something.
No, really, these silly women, these elderly.
Did you see David Brent's ad for London? Did you? He made a.
Oh, wear your stab vest.
Yeah. Welcome
He's
to
great.
London.
I love that guy. He's so funny.
These silly bitches, they go. These old women in their 50s, 60s, they go looking. They're on HRTs. They go looking for men because they're looking for love. It does that to you. And then they get ripped off for everything they possess. It's very common.
I have seen a couple of those catfishing kind of things, on the YouTubes. And I just have to ask sometimes, like even myself, you get to a point in your life where if a certain caliber of person is hitting on you, you know that it can't be real.
But they're completely seeing it with HRT.
I think what it is, there's that, and I think there's obviously something going on. There's a screw loose in terms of
no, they're looking for love. That HRT gives you a sex drive. HRT gives a sex drive an 18-year-old. It doesn't have a whack on you. I know because I took it for 3 days and I stopped taking it.
But aren't they really trying to buy love? Because that's why they go to third world countries to find men.
Yeah.
I think they're looking to make the most of it, basically. They're trying to get the most out of their coinage. And I think it's kind of exploitation. Well, it is exploitation in a way. But I suppose everybody's getting exploited, so does it really matter? I mean, the woman is getting exploited by the young buck, and the young buck is getting exploited by the woman because
making a little cash out of it.
It's all about capitalism. But I suppose as long as they're adults, it doesn't really matter, does it? I don't know.
Yeah, because these silly bitches are doing this because when you take HRT, it gives you the sex drive of an 18-year-old. But when you're 18, it gives you a strong sex drive. When you're 18, it's very, very easy to find a man. All you need to do is go to the pub and you'll pick up as many as you want. You do when you're 18. But when you're in your 50s and you've put on weight and you've lost your body, it's not that easy anymore. But a friend of mine did it back in the very, very late 80s, early 90s.
I don't know, Chick P. If you put a bit of lipstick on, dye your hair blonde.
I've got blonde
And,
hair, thank you.
I know. I'm just saying in general, a woman in her 50s and 60s struggling to get a male. If she loiters outside a nightclub with lots of drunk men,
She
they're
loiters outside.
one of them might try and get up. One of them will ask to get up on her, surely.
Yeah.
If there's
you're
enough of
probably
them,
right.
come on. You
Yeah.
do know men will get up on the back of a crack plate after a
Yeah,
few drinks.
well,
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you're right there. Yeah, I guess.
That's true. Closing time is always that caliber of fella.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Must have glad we
But it
finished
won't
all.
be love,
No,
Chippy.
of course not.
It will be regret the next day.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a bit of regret every now and then.
No, you just drink more to forget about it.
There you go.
Yeah, and then you do it again. It's just,
There you go.
No, but some of these women lose hundreds of thousands of pounds. You know, they don't off get ripped
They deserve to lose the hundreds of thousands of pounds because it was two consenting adults and she consented to it. So she deserves to be taken if she's going to act like that.
And she was given the money by a man in the first place. So it's only right it goes to
Yeah, I
another man.
suppose that's true. Yeah, I never thought of it that way.
Not necessarily, dude.
I'm only joking. Sorry.
You're too funny.
But you look at the reverse situation too. Like you see these older fellas and they're going, "Oh, but this 20-something-year-old girl, she's so beautiful and she says she loves me."
Yeah,
Yada,
yeah,
yada.
he's
It's
a
like,
gold
dude,
digger.
come on.
Yeah,
Yeah. It
Yeah.
is creepy as fuck, you know.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like sucking face with your great grandfather.
Yeah.
It's like, ew.
Funny
I
old
mean,
world,
they
isn't
do
it?
say, "Me love you long time," but the thing is, we know it's not going to be a long time because he's about to die. You know, so you know, they're usually the men haven't got many years left in them. You know.
We need us some
Funniest one.
women.
The funny. Do you remember that? Who was it? There was some
Anna
oil
Nicole
baron
Smith?
was that the oil baron in America?
Yeah, and
Like
then Nicole Smith.
Yeah, that young
Yeah,
wife.
That's the one. Yeah. I mean, in the end, she didn't get much out of that, did she? Or did she? I can't remember.
I
She
don't
didn't get the
recall.
full.
She ended up in a legal case with his
Yeah.
children. I don't
Yeah.
know how it was resolved.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think she got the full amount that she wanted, but I suppose it is interesting because you got to think about mental capacity to make a contract and all that. You know, are really old people fully have their wits about them? You know what I mean? You wouldn't allow a child to enter into a contract, so why would you let a person who is in there such an important contract that is? You let children buy sweets in shops or whatever, but you wouldn't allow a child to make a life-changing decision on a contractual basis. Same with so why do we let very, very old people do it when they're losing their mind a bit? You know, it's interesting. Maybe as a society, you should only be allowed to get married during a certain period of your life or something. But again, that's just speculating. This is only coming out of my head now, but something to think about.
Yeah, but then age is relative, isn't it?
Yeah, then there's the whole biological age versus you know, the age on paper. Some people, their brains work very well up until they die, you know, of old age. So not everybody's the same. So that's the problem, you know.
It's very relative age.
And money makes the world go round. So
Yes.
you know, I suppose if the oldies aren't spending it, well, it's good that the young people get it. they could start spending it. You know,
Can't take it with you.
can't take it with you.
I think a good rule of thumb is that, excuse me, men want women and women want what men want, and that when that gets taken to the extremes, then you get all these weird situations.
What do you think of that, Divine?
I think he's precise.
He's precise in his
You're
language.
goddamn right.
Gaia says sex hormones play a vast role in the body and not only affect sex drive but are essential to our immune systems. There is a reason HRT is being increasingly prescribed to aging groups. Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's a problem with that because it's their money, but at the same time, many of these people have children, and I think that they should be conserving their money to leave to their children, and they're just wasting it. And I think they have a moral responsibility to leave their children something behind.
I would agree with that. And I
No,
think that's
kids
what
need to get
causes
out there and make their own money and stop sucking off their parents.
But you brought them here. Let's go. Let's debate. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my God! Do you know what? It never stops. The eternal return, the eternal fucking return to AN and fucking whatever. Go on then.
Mark
But yeah,
opens that
divine.
creaky door.
Oh my God! The trap door and the demons get out. But no, divine. I do believe that parents should do their best to leave something behind for their children. Don't you?
No.
And it's
Nope.
not just the children. It's not just the children, divine. It's the possible.
You have to remember,
grandchildren.
the children end up being adults. They know how to work for a living.
What about the grandchildren?
But
I mean,
but
look,
The grandchildren are the responsibility of the parents that have them.
There are pros and cons to Divine's view, by the way, guys, because we all know that there's nothing more annoying than a trust fund baby or a nepo baby, somebody who has inherited wealth and doesn't know their ass from their elbow, and yet wields great power in society, despite being a clueless moron, just because they have wealth. So, I mean, yeah, I can commiserate and agree somewhat with Divine, because in some ways it would be good to have an egalitarian system where everyone just starts as a blank slate, but I don't know, what do you guys think?
I strongly disagree. I think these parents didn't just create children, they created full human beings who have to navigate through this world and spend most of their time as adults. So they created a full human being, and they benefited from this person's existence. They got a legacy. They got someone to give their life purpose and meaning. All the benefits flow to the parents, and the person is stuck with an existence. And the parents have a responsibility to give the child the best life possible. I don't think there's any amount of money that a parent can give to compensate them for imposing life on them.
I don't know. I've had the honor of having 2 sons, and both of them are very happy that I had them. They're not miserable at all, and they don't expect anything from me when I'm no longer here, because they both know how to work themselves for a living, and they don't want to take anything from me as I start getting a little older.
No, I'm not saying that they should take advantage of you. What I'm saying is, let me just give my situation. My father actually had money, and he maliciously decided to give it to his sister after he had already promised me that money, and we didn't know it until after he died. So I do feel that he took advantage of me, because I wasn't even talking to him. I was estranged from him, and he got me to deal with him while he was dying. He told me that he was going to leave me that money. So I was dealing with him. It's not like it was transactional, but I thought we were repairing our relationship, that he actually cared about me. And then he turned around and left this money to his sister. So my entire existence was for his benefit. I never wanted to be born. And what did I get out of it? I think that I was entitled to that money.
No, you can't live an entitled life. That isn't how it works. That is not definitely how it works.
I think aside from the generalization, I think in this particular case, if someone promised you something and then
no, they have. It's just like trying to tell someone how they're going to live and how they're going to die.
No. But his dad promised him the money. I think.
No,
but you always needed.
I didn't get a chance to finish my sentence, but anyways, here it goes. When you choose to die the way you want to, and everyone else is against the way you want to do it, it's the same exact thing in life. Persons have a choice. They made the money. They can spend it any way they want to. They can burn it. They can throw it away. They can bury it with them. No one behind is left and making it feel like they're entitled to it, no matter what they do for that person when they were alive.
No, look, I agree with that, but I'm saying you shouldn't make a verbal agreement. You shouldn't say to your own child, I'm going to leave you everything, and then not leave them anything. That sounds very bad.
What about his entitlement? He felt entitled to create a human being to give his life meaning. I didn't have a choice in any of that. I was forced to be his son, to obey him, to honor him, to carry his last name, to give his life meaning, and to carry on his legacy. So he got all the benefits, and I got nothing.
You know what? I'm going to say something to you, probably not going to like, and that's perfectly fine. I love you anyways, just the way you are. But you know what? You had choices. The whole time you've been alive, you've had choices. You didn't have to stay around your parents. You could have lived like 4,000 miles away and said, fuck them, I'm going on with my own life and enjoying my own life and stop wallowing in your mother and father's shit. And that's what you've been doing.
Okay, well, I chose to be estranged from them. But that's okay. Aside from
Shots
that,
fired.
let's say I chose to be estranged from. What about the 18 years of being abused by them prior to being estranged? What about that?
Let's not talk about abuse because there's no one more that's been physically, mentally, emotionally abused by a narcissistic mother than I was. And you know what? In the end, it comes down to you, your choices. Do you choose to forgive that person because that person might have had something that happened to them and you did not know about it at the time? Do you know I didn't even know who my father was until 2013 when I finally found out his name. And the only reason why I found out his name is because I ended up giving that man a eulogy. And I went to the woman's house that hired me to do it, and I saw pictures of me on her wall. And I'm sitting there going, holy crap, I think this might be the rest of the story, but let's be nice and find out. So I said, could I ask you why there are pictures of me on your wall? And she says, I certainly don't know. I said, my husband insisted that I keep those up there and never touch them, only to clean them and put them back. And I was kind of taken back by it, I have to be honest, because I was blindsided. I had no idea. Okay, so I go home, and it's around Thanksgiving time, 2013, and I'm sitting there. My uncle's telling these stories about when he and my mother were children, what would happen at the house. Well, all of a sudden, he said one extra sentence than he said the year before, and that was the second part of the rest of the story. So I tapped him on the shoulder and I says, I'm going to my mother's right now. Do you want to come with me? And he said, yeah. And I says, I know who it is. And so I went to my mother's house with him. I approached her and I asked her directly, is this person my father? And she said, yes. And then I says, but remember, you don't have to say anything to me. I don't need to need gory details. If you don't want to share the story, I understand. I says, I now understand what happened. And she felt compelled to share the story. And he had taken something that wasn't his. Let's just say it that way. And so how can you hate someone who was severely abused in a most inappropriate way by someone she thought she could trust that was part of the family? I mean, you can't. So instantly, the minute I got the name, it was instant forgiveness because everyone kept making bets in the family that I'd never know. And I says, I don't believe that. I believe that eventually when the time comes, I will find out and someone will tell me and it will be verified and go from there. Well, it was. My mother verified it and everything was said at that point. Instant healing to everything that was in question up until that point, let's just say. But I had a choice. I didn't have to, I guess I could have let her go to the other side, thinking that I hated her, but why would I do that? I mean, she was just abused as I was when I was a kid, and she was the abuser at her hands. So I don't know. You just make different choices. I mean, if you have a broader perspective and you're a progressive person and you want what's in everyone's best interest and you love people just the way they are and not how you want them to be because nothing's contractual. You love people unconditionally because you're not getting something from it. You benefit more from that type of an attitude than you do from any other attitude as far as I'm concerned. That's just my opinion. Next.
I don't think so. I think that it was to my detriment because I tolerated their abuse, even as an adult. I think that they have compromised my career. They've sabotaged things that I was trying to do. And he specifically promised me that money. And I sat there watching him. I respected his end of life decisions. I was the only one who was advocating for him. I had all the authority because I had all the documentation, and I respected his wishes. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I had the nurse come to the house. He was properly cared for. He had all the attention, everything that he wanted, and he still decided to give the money to his sister that he promised me after making my life extremely difficult, and nothing about it was voluntary. Everything about my life has been involuntary. And it's aside from the fact that I'm an adult, you can't, it's not voluntary if you don't have all the information. If they're manipulating you and giving you false promises and you're making decisions based on incomplete information, then to me, that's not voluntary. It's exploitive.
I must say, your father sounds a bit like my stepfather. I must tell you a story what my stepfather did. A couple of years before he died, he phoned me up to say to me, if you're waiting for me to die, don't bother because I've made the will and there's nothing there for you. So I thought, fair enough, there's nothing there for me. And then I found out 3 years ago, I got a phone call. My mother actually changed it all, and my brother had a complete hissy fit over it. Because I got some money. And I'm going to leave it all to the cats.
Well, I've watched other videos that narcissists do this. They make promises to everybody. So we all compare stories after his death, and come to find out, he promised the money to my brother, to my niece, to his other sister. He made promises to everybody because he was trying to control people. But he made the promise to me first. Yeah. I don't really want to say what the original agreement was on his channel because I don't want to say anything that's going to, compromise his channel. But we had a specific agreement that if I abstained from doing a certain act, that he was going to leave me the money. And I did abstain, and he still did not leave me the money.
Oh. Yeah.
Wow. I never heard that before.
I don't think that's enforceable. I doubt that would be enforceable.
What do you mean?
Like by the law?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether it's.
No, we're not talking about the law. We're talking about the morality of it, and I think it was wrong what happened. I personally think that was wrong. I think divine and life are talking at cross purposes because I think you're both right in your own particular circumstances, but they're very different in my view. Very different.
Yeah,
and it is legally enforceable. There's something called an incentive trust that you can make a promise to someone. And based on that promise, it's a legally, it's not a contract, but it's an incentive trust, which is legally binding. In my case, I guess I don't want to go into the legal details, but basically the judge didn't feel comfortable with it because it wasn't her fault. He did make the promise, and so the judge didn't want to make her responsible for the money, even though. Anyway, so basically, he didn't make a ruling on the merits. He decided to dismiss it for a lack of subject matter jurisdiction, which the court clearly had subject matter jurisdiction, but he didn't want to force her to pay for it. So it's a dismissal without prejudice. It's just basically, it was complete BS. I did all this work for a year and a half, went through all this discovery, and I offered settlement. I made settlement offers to her, and she rejected every one of them. The law doesn't matter. What he didn't. The judge personally did not feel comfortable making her pay for it because, in his mind, it wasn't her fault. It was my father's fault, so he wasn't going to make her pay for it. So it's not just about the law. They bring their personal biases into the courtroom. Because he could have dismissed it based on the merits. He could have said, oh, that is not an enforceable contract or an incentive trust, but he didn't want to do that because if he would have made a judgment based on the law, he would have had the rule in my favor, not in her favor. Because
I'd have to read the decision before I.
There was no decision. He did not make a decision. He dismissed it based on a lack of subject matter jurisdiction. He did not make a ruling on the merits.
Okay, well, like I said, I'd have to read why he dismissed. Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Like I'm sitting here being vulnerable, sharing my personal details. I mean, I don't expect anybody to have any empathy. At the end of the day, I'm the one who got screwed over. So whether you agree with it or whether you accept, it doesn't change the fact that I got screwed over.
Okay,
I
it's not about
empathize
empathy.
with-
I'm just
No. I think
raising
we
questions.
agree. I think most of us agree you got screwed over by your dad. I think Yerfdox was just talking about the legal side of it, but we agree that you got screwed over by your dad. I do agree with you. I think that was wrong. I think any parent who makes a promise to a child, in general, should keep that promise, especially when there was money in the pot. It didn't like he could have also given some money to his sister. He didn't have to leave you out totally. I think it was bad, and I'm sorry that happened to you.
Hmm. Yes, family.
People who have money should give it to people that they want to have it when they're alive, not wait till they're dead.
Yeah. I'm going to give all my money to my cats.
Well, you haven't got any children, so I would assume that that's what you would do.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it all to the cats. Well, you know. Yeah.
Personally, what I would love to do, I would love to sit in the midst of the whole thing and just burn the whole thing down to the ground and then leave the property to the animals and birds as a sanctuary.
Yes.
And then I wouldn't have to worry about anyone arguing over it when I'm not here.
Can't you leave it to an animal rights, to a cat group or something? You know, cat
No,
charity.
there's a clause in our family agreement, in our arrangement that we have, that I can leave it forever wild, as my uncle did his property.
Oh, yeah.
So
I mean, I don't want to be sexist. I don't mean to be sexist here, but I think the man traditionally is the head of the family. So I'm not necessarily holding women to the same standards as I would hold men. Like, as the father, he's supposed to be the provider, and he made a promise. I'm carrying his last name. I'm not carrying my mother's last name. I'm his legacy. I'm not my mother's legacy.
Hmm. Yeah,
I mean, so the whole purpose of procreating is so that you can gain immortality through your progeny. So by extension, he essentially gets to live through me. So I'm carrying his genes, I'm carrying his last name, and yet I don't get to have his money. So I have the way a lot of men look at it is and I'm the oldest, by the way. It is my responsibility to carry on his legacy. Yet there's no money to match that responsibility. I'm supposed to, if he had given me that money, it wouldn't have just been my money. It would have been the money to look after the entire family, including his sister. So I would have been managing the money, and he decided to not even stick to the original agreement. So I feel it was completely exploited.
Hmm.
I'll just say that if you're going to start saying these kinds of stories online, you have to expect people to ask questions and maybe doubt the veracity of what you're saying. That's how it works. And it's not, you don't
No,
just get, no,
feel
let
like
me finish. You don't just get to say, oh, that's a lack of empathy, or you don't care, or you don't understand my situation. That's not how it works. I just would like, I don't know whether what you're saying is true or not. It'd just be interesting to see the other side of that story.
No, I don't care. I mean,
Sure.
I know. I don't expect you to have any empathy. I know you don't care. So I think that at the beginning,
it's not about empathy or anything like that. That's not
even
how it works.
if you prove it, it wouldn't change anything. So that's the problem, that you're more hung up on the veracity or the intellectual vigor of things, but there's no actual compassion behind it. So it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, so what if I were to convince you? What if I were to actually email you the actual judgment from the court? What does that change? How does that actually benefit me?
Well, you just said there wasn't one, so I don't, you know.
Oh, there's an order dismissing it without prejudice. I can give that to you. What is that going to do for me?
How much was it, by the way, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm sorry?
How much was it, the will?
I don't want to say.
Okay.
It
Like I
was
said,
big.
my stepfather did the same to me.
The callousness is not the fact that you don't have compassion or whatever. It's that you are prioritizing the so-called veracity or intellectual vigor over my actual hardship. So it's like,
No.
it's that
Let Yerf Dogs talk now, God. He wants to go on.
That's not it at all. No, it's such a ludicrous thing to say. I'm just saying, I don't even know. Here's my position. I don't know if what you're saying represents the full truth. That's all. It's got nothing to do with intellectual rigor or anything like that. I just don't. I know for a fact, and I'm part of this as well. I'm included. When I tell stories, I'm going to bias it to my side. That's all.
okay.
That's the essence of what I'm saying.
Ask you this then: what was the point of even saying it though? Because it's not like you actually want me to prove it. You don't actually want me to email you the order. You're not actually interested. I think you just said it to be antagonistic.
Okay, you can judge my motivations if that's enough to.
I think. So can I just say something as the kind of observer here of this bit, and that is life abolitionism. I think Yerf Dogs, when he says he doesn't think that would hold up, he was talking about the legal standing of a verbal agreement between you and your dad that didn't perhaps have any evidence, only your word, standing against the written will that benefited his sister, and that's
but also
all
the substance of the apparent agreement. If you're not going to do that act, I just can't see that.
Though it was an actual declaration that I don't believe it. It's like I could, if he had actual questions, I could answer it. I could tell him what was the basis of the agreement because it wasn't just oral. I actually had a written live and trust.
Well, the court obviously didn't take your side, so
not based on the merits, though.
Well, I mean, it's also possible that the judge had an easy way to dismiss the case, and he didn't want to get into the merits of it. That's possible.
Did you consider appealing it?
No, because I already know I've done this before. This isn't my first time at the rodeo. I know that I can appeal it. I can spend all this money writing and spend all this time in the appellate brief. Whatever the trial court says, and most time it's going to be upheld by the appellate court.
Yeah.
I'm not going to waste all time. It's stressful enough. I'm already.
I do look. Whatever said here, though, I do feel sorry for you because I believe that your dad said something to you, and then he didn't fulfill what he promised. I believe that. I believe there was an expectation given to you, perhaps verbally or whatever. You said there was some written evidence, but anyway, the point is he did point that you would get something, and at the end you got nothing. So, to me, I don't doubt that happened. I think it was probably some kind of weird underhand deed by your dad, but your auntie got the money. She didn't feel obliged or in any way concerned with your well-being to say, "Oh, you're okay. Would you like some? If you ever need anything, ask me."
I don't know. At this point, I don't think I'm going to share any more details, especially with such a hostile. It's just like it's no point.
That's fine. I think you should. I think we should move on. But at the same time, DNW, like this, that I find the. I second what you just said, and I empathize with being screwed over like that. So I do empathize with that, but I also am like getting into these conversations when someone says you're not being empathetic is like I can't prove otherwise, but I know what I feel. Like I feel shitty that he went through that, but it is what it is at that point, you know.
It's brutal. Harry Baker, you need to add your audio, I believe. You're backstage, but I can't let you on because you got no audio. So you need to allow access to your microphone. So Harry
But
Baker,
yeah,
if you're waiting to get on,
I don't know how you navigate.
fix that.
I don't know how you navigate those conversations. Like just using it as an exemplar when you think you're expressing concern, right? And the person's like, I don't feel that. And it's like, wow.
So it is difficult, yeah. But Life, you don't think I was being hostile to you, do you?
No, I mean, I was specific about who was being hostile.
I heard you lot.
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not being hostile.
Again,
I wasn't being hostile. That's
again,
ridiculous.
Life. Look, I think Life. Yerf Dogs was really just talking about the legal technicalities of it. That's all it was. In my view, that's all it was. He wasn't talking. He didn't say he disbelieved you that your dad promised you things and then didn't give you them. He didn't say that. He was just talking about the legal reasoning behind the decision.
Well, I mean, I said exactly what happened. I didn't twist the story around at all. Like,
Yeah.
maybe I didn't explain every detail, but what the little bit that I did share was completely true.
Right. Do you feel in any way this was kind of homophobia?
Well, I don't know. I think part of the estrangement that I had was due to homophobia. He did.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't even just this whole situation leading up to his death. He was homophobic as a child. He abused me, told me that basically manipulated me, told me that I threw the ball like a girl. Everything that I did was, oh, you act like a girl. And I don't know, because everything he said was so dishonest. We had a whole conversation about how I was the oldest, that I was responsible for carrying out his legacy, for making sure that, we kept the house. He wanted to make sure that I didn't waste his money. We had a whole conversation, and the whole time he knew that he had left the money to his sister. So I think he was just manipulating me. He wanted to die.
I think so. I think it sounded like he was just humoring you. And yeah, I mean, look, let's put it this way, Life. From what you've said on the stream before, this isn't the only thing he ever did that was underhand. So it wasn't exactly a revelation that he did one more thing that was terrible, right?
No, but I thought that, I mean, because he was very apologetic. Like, I'm sorry for everything I did. I thought we were making amends. I thought he was trying to make right on his deathbed.
Do you think there's a potentiality that he had already made the written will to his sister some years before and he forgot about it? Do you think there's any potential for that?
No, because he was making promises to everybody else. He made the same promise to my brother, my niece, his other sister. Like, he was intentionally being dishonest.
Okay. Right.
But I did have an actual living trust. The living trust doesn't actually give you it doesn't give you the context for what the living trust was, but under the law, there's parole evidence. You can have oral testimony. You can testify to what the terms of the living trust was. If there was a prior condition, meaning that I had to not terminate I don't want to say that on your channel. I had to abstain from doing a certain act. He was going to give me his money. Anyway, I don't really want to talk. We can talk about something else.
Okay, we can. So what would you like to talk about? I'll leave it up to you.
I think in general, there should be forced airships. I don't think that. I think under natural law, you would naturally inherit your parents' property. I'm not sure why the law would be so screwed that the parents extract all these benefits from creating a human being to give their life purpose, and then they can just disinherit you, and you're still stuck with a life that you don't want.
Fair enough.
I think I agree with that in theory. Like I guess like the caveat would be, Like, let's say hypothetically I had kids, right? And later on in my life, my kids abuse me. Like elder abuse happens. And I'm like, no, screw that. I'm not going to leave something to people who are trying to like people do try to, off their parents to get inheritance. So I would say like that would be a caveat to that kind of thing, right?
Right. And what about the view, though, that I know this is a bit out left field, but what about the view that we should just disband with inheritance altogether? And
What happens to all
basically,
your assets?
Give it to the
it
king.
goes to the state.
The state? Well, I mean, who likes that? I don't even know any.
Even I don't
political-
agree with that, and I'm a socialist.
I
Yeah,
don't
there you
think
go.
so.
Well, you don't think so? Okay.
No way.
Especially if it's intergeneration, like if it's multiple generations, like why
This is
should the
many
state benefit?
generations.
Like, why does the state? Like, I don't get that one.
It goes to it's I don't know how quite you'd work it, but there is some.
And also, you've got to understand as well. There'd be so many ways to get around that. You can create trusts and all that kind of stuff.
You could probably create fake, phony businesses that would.
It doesn't have to be fake or phony. You can. There's tons
Yeah.
of stuff you can do to bypass that.
Yeah.
And you'd have to. And if you start outlawing all that stuff, I don't.
Yeah,
think
nothing
it's
would work. Yeah.
Well, the oligarchy would never support that because most of their wealth is through inheritance. So it's generational wealth. They're not going to support that. They're the ones who are controlling things.
Give it to the cat's home. Sorry. I said give it to the cat's home. Hello.
Yes, I heard you.
That's where mine's going, my money. Get the
But
CPL.
it will also be going to the humans running the cat homes. You know that, and it will be going to the companies making the cat food. So it will go back into human hands, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So Fat Cat will see it in his bank account, whether you like it or not, Chickpea. At the expense of the other cats.
Yeah, no, it all depends how it's being managed. Because we know cats don't manage money well, and so it's dependent upon whoever's managing it if they're going to manage it appropriately or not.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, if there were serious problems in a family, like elderly parents could literally just spend all of their assets before they pass.
Yeah, because lots of people,
leave the kids with a massive tax bill. I mean, things could work out really horribly.
Yeah, what about if you have to go into an old people's home for the last few years of your life?
Yeah, I know. I'm just speaking about ways that. Okay. Anyway. Yep.
God forbid.
I just don't understand what people are doing when they procreate. Do they think they're just creating a puppy who's just going to go and run around in the park? Like so you're creating a complete human being?
No,
I think the thing is people are different. There's not just one general reason that people give life. Some people plan, some people don't plan. Some people are full of hope they connect the action to society at large and think, I'm going to bring up my child to be a benefit to society. Some people just think, I want a child with blue eyes, or I want a child with a tan skin or whatever, so there's all different reasons people do it, and they're as varied as every individual in the world. Maybe less varied than that, but there's a variation.
I don't know why my mother had any children. She didn't even like children. So I don't know what she was up to, but it was a good way to trap a man, I suppose.
I was gonna say maybe it was a way for like the guy. We were just talking about relationships and how sometimes one person makes the decisions.
But my father's didn't either.
So he didn't want kids either?
Well, they didn't. I never once saw my stepfather ever play with his little boy, kiss him, cuddle him, nothing. Never ever saw it. So I don't know what was going on there.
But I still think that is usually short-sighted. They do think that they're just creating children. They don't really consider that they're creating a full human being. They don't consider that they're actually creating a 90-year-old woman or, you know, an 80-year-old man. They just think they're creating a baby.
Mm.
Again, I think
Yeah.
some people are more aware of what they are doing than others. Life. I think that's another generalization. I think some people know if they have a child, they're creating someone that will grow up and could face problems, etc., etc. They know, they do think about that.
Oh, yes, Dr. Scott.
Hello to Roman. Welcome. And Yerf just left. I hope he comes back if he's able to. But other than that, thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Roman says it's kind of human nature to want to have and raise children, or you can fan the flaws of isolation, antisocial, and narcissistic behaviors by making yourself most important. He says we wouldn't exist without parents, but we have the new generation of gamers that has it all figured out. LOL.
Right. So you can get meaning because it's natural, right? It's natural to have children. Then you should remunerate your children. You should leave them an inheritance because you got what you wanted out of it. And what did they get?
The pleasure of being alive, the pleasure of enjoying their own children if they desired to have them, the pleasure of creating careers for themselves, to be giving back to the community and being upstanding men, not just... The only reason why I can say all this is because I knew when I was 8 years old that I was going to have 2 sons, and they were going to be named Jason and Jeremy. I knew that my 2 sons would be mostly my person being the person to bring them up, because their other person that delivered the sperm was not even there for his own life, so how could he be there for theirs? Which I did not understand or realize until after the fact. He kept the fact that he was an alcoholic from me, and that's what caused that part of the situation to go left. But I also knew that it was my responsibility to bring those sons up the way that they would be proud of the fact that they were here. We've had these conversations many times. They're very happy that they're alive and that I did not decide to, quote, abort them or do something other than that. But I do know that when I brought them up, I always brought them up with the idea that they were going to be fine, upstanding citizens someday, and they were going to grow wings and they were going to fly out of the nest and create things that I never even thought of. And they were going to make more money than I ever did. And they were going to eventually make the choices for themselves. And I remember Jason saying to me that he had a dream that he had 2 children, and the first one was a daughter and the second one was a son. So he also had a premonition that he was going to have children. Jeremy never had any premonitions at all. He just, he decided that he wanted children, or he decided not to, whichever it was his choice.
But I want to ask you a question, though. If you had money, would you maliciously go out of your way to disinherit your children?
No, because I've always had money and I've always shared it with my sons and their children.
Right. It's not about the money. It's the fact that my father had the ability to help me and he's decided to not do it. If he didn't have any money, I wouldn't feel any ways about it. But he did. And he intentionally went out of his way to give it to his sister after promising it to me.
I really feel extremely a lot of compassion and heartfelt sincerity when I say that I'm sad that he did that to you, but I also know that he made choices that you're just going to have to buck up and own it. Because otherwise than that, your whole life is going to be in turmoil. Your life has so much potential. You can hear in your voice that you have some sort of intelligence, that you have a life that you're creating that's absolutely spectacular. So why hinge your whole life on what your father did and didn't do do more just to prove, I'm stubborn, okay? If my father did that to me, I can honestly say to you, I'd go, and my father was absent, by the way. I'd go, just in spite of you, I'm going to make myself more than you ever could imagine. It's just a goal that I would make for myself because that's the type of person I am. I'm a, do it yourself, let's go do it, get her done kind of person. I wouldn't be lingering on that. And the only reason why is because it's hindering who you are. The spectacular person that you are is being dimmed by how you feel about a promise that was made to you. That was just an empty promise, obviously, by a narcissistic man. And the only reason why I can say that is because my mother was also extremely narcissistic. I mean, mentally, emotionally, physically abusive on 24/7 basis. Everything was more important to her that she wanted rather than anyone else. My homework was backseat to her house being spotless. And every day you didn't know what she was going to have in her hand that she was going to throw at you. I mean, that's just the way it was. But hey, I don't hate her for it. That's just, it's all what is. It just is, and you can't change it. So if you can't change it, why wallow in it?
No, it's not about wallowing. I want people to know because I never considered this. I never thought that this happens. I want people to know what happens so that that first the children can be aware of it so that they can plan accordingly. Your parents may promise you something and they may not fulfill it. And I want parents to know that you shouldn't do this to your children. So it's not about me. It's not about me wallowing. I'm sharing my story to make a point. I could use somebody else's story to make the same point, but I was not aware that this happens to people. I've since become aware that this happens all the time.
Do you know how come it happens sometimes? Because the kid won't sit down with you and have a conversation. Do you know how many times I've tried to sit down with the kids and ask them, hey, how do you want this to go down when the time comes? Neither one of them will sit down with me. They're chicken. They don't want it. I don't know whether they don't want to, wrap their brain around the fact that I'm not going to be here forever or whatever their freaking problem is, but they won't sit down and talk to me about anything. So I'm making decisions on my own how they need to be made because they don't want to interact around it. If people have a hard time with death, I mean, and that could possibly be what the whole issue is, it might not be anything more than that. There's nothing that I can do to twist their arm to make them different. I have no problem dying. I've been doing hospice for 45 years. It doesn't matter to me. But I do know that I already have a cemetery plot in our cemetery on our property ready for me to go down in an urn. And they know it. It's already been paid for. They don't have to do anything. All they have to do is make sure they drag the body to the place who's going to cremate me, and it's all a done deal. Already paid for. They don't have nothing out of pocket. But you know what? They still won't sit down and talk to me about, the property, the house, none of it. Neither one of them, not just one or the other, but neither one of them. And it just surprises me. I guess I'm not old enough to have that come about yet, but like I said, I like to have all my ducks in a row before they run off in different directions, I guess. So I guess I have to wait until they think I'm old enough to have that conversation. I don't know. But yeah, they're both chicken. They won't talk about it until, I don't know, when it's time, I guess. I wish I could take the pain from your heart. I really do. Because you don't deserve it.
No, my mistake was that I should have remained estranged. I already knew what he was. I felt sorry for him because he was on his deathbed, and I tried to make amends with him. I was trying to do the right thing. I took care of him during his end of life. I was the one making all the decisions, and he specifically told me not this. That wasn't the first time that he said he was going to leave me the money. He said this probably 8 years ago when I told him that I wanted to make a decision that he didn't want me to do. He said he was going to leave me the money. And then he formalized it again on his deathbed because he told me to write a living trust. We had everything notarized. We had this whole conversation. And then all the time he knew that the money was going to his sister. So my mistake is that I should have never reconnected with them, and I do regret that because it's caused so much trauma that that I have to live with for the rest of my life.
Well, then obviously the lesson that was meant to be learned was learned then.
How can you be responsible for someone else's debts? My father left me a 217 debt. Does that actually happen?
It's not that you're responsible for the debt. The estate is responsible. So before you can get your cut from the estate, then the debts have to be paid first.
All right. Okay. Sorry.
Also, this happened to me. I co-signed for some of my parents' debts, and so got left onto me.
Bless your heart. That's hard.
Yeah. Family's a strange thing.
Life definitely is not always a bag of cherries, that's for sure.
Oh, good Lord, no. No, I've
Lots of
I
life
haven't
lessons.
had a hard life. Well, I don't know. I haven't exactly worked myself. I find life very, very complex. Very complicated.
It would be fun, just hypothetically, I guess, it would be fun to come here and actually engage in the life that you think we all should have and actually have that type of life rather than the one we get dealt.
Yes.
I am sure on some sort of level we agree to it. Not sure how much of that we agree to, but I remember when I was a kid, shaking my fist to I guess above me, and not even saying that person's from there, or even if there is that person, but I remember giving him holy hell and saying to him, "Hello, Myrna. I did not opt for this. This is not the world that I thought I was coming into. And guess what? If you think that a little 8-year-old deserves to be severely beaten almost to the point of death, then you are incorrect. And I did not opt for this."
Yeah, my
And
mother was the same. She was a bit, yeah.
I was always screaming at him and saying, "This is not the life that I came here for. This is not the life that I desired. This is not the life that I know that I wanted." Because I knew what life I wanted at a very young age, and I did not get it. I wanted 2 loving parents who loved me with all their heart, and I didn't get that.
No, neither did I. Must admit.
I wanted a mother that I could create memories with and go to the, do what girls do. I don't know what they do because I didn't do it.
No, neither did I.
I wanted all of that. I just didn't get it. And I'm
No,
not
I know what you're saying,
sitting here
Divine.
brooding about it and going, "Oh, geez, my life sucks because of it." Because to be honest with you, I think, especially with the attitude that I had, it was, you can sit here and whine and cry about it, Hazel, or you can just get the heck over it and create the life that you want. And that's what I chose to do. And I encourage the kids to have that same sort of life. Do what you want to do, not what you think you have to do. Don't let anyone make you think you have to do something just because they think so. Have the life you want. Create the life you want.
What if you don't want your life at all?
Then I think that instead of talking about it, something should be done about it. And I'm on board. I am definitely on board for any sort of realistic or unrealistic way of it happening. There's no point in, if it's that much of a burden, time to go. See you later.
Then it's time to legalize medical assistance so you can do it in a humane way.
Yeah.
Well, we had this conversation the other night when I wasn't here.
I guess there's, other countries that legalize it, and that would be the country I would go to if I felt that way.
That's my plan one day, go to Switzerland.
Just, just another goal. That's all it is.
Mm.
I've had clients that said that they didn't want to be here either. When you start looking into it for them and you start giving them options, all of a sudden they change their mind. I'm not going to say you're going to do that. I'm just saying that I've had clients that did that. So, I mean, some of them do it for attention, or they want their family to be more involved when they're not. I took care of one lady for 4 years. She never once heard from her family in Florida at all until after she died. Then all of a sudden they were like vultures.
Yeah, I've heard that's similar. That's very common, that, isn't it?
And as for as many people as I've taken care of, I've never, ever been left in a state. Never. Because that wasn't what I was there for. I was there to take care of them through their difficult times, and they paid me to keep them out of a nursing home. And I was good for that. I know how to do that. I've never had to advertise, nothing. Just people knew that I could help them stay out of a nursing home, and that's what they would hire me to do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I must admit, though, I do think that we should have euthanasia on demand. I really think it.
I think people should be able to choose whether they want to be here or not, and go, in a humane way.
Painless way out.
They shouldn't have to lay there and suffer, and everyone else has to watch them suffering.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Like, I had already just been the POA of my partner through his end last 6 years of his life, and I did not want to be the POA of my mother's estate. Because it just poops you out, you just go through the ringer trying to keep everything on the up and up and make sure that, you're doing everything exactly the way they desired. And so my sister was my mother's POA. And my sister had obviously had a very resentful and hateful relationship with my mother, because towards the end, she allowed my mother to be in a lot more pain than she should have been. And every time hospice would walk through the door, I'd say, "Excuse me, but do you realize that this woman's in pain and she needs to not be in pain? If she's passing away, she needs to not be in pain. This is, her right as a person." And she said, "Well, your sister hasn't okayed it." So when I'd approach my sister and tell her, "Hello, you need to make sure that she's not in pain," and she didn't care enough. Because the lasting memory that I have in my mind, that's almost like baked into my brain, is how my mother looked when she took her last breath. And as much as that woman put me through, I would not wish that on my worst enemy, and I don't have any, thank goodness, because it was her face was awful. Her hands were all like clutching for something that was nothing there. She was all in a ball, and it was just awful. It was just awful. And I would not ever wish that for anyone. But my sister obviously hated her enough to make her walk through that. And then you know what? My sister passes away a few years after my mother. So they're both up there shopping in heaven, I guess, or whatever that they call that.
Being recycled.
Yeah. Having fun or whatever they do when they're doing that. It's like, holy crap, seriously?
Yeah, my dad rejected all pain medication, and I could have forced him to take it, but I respected his wishes. I think he was trying to make us. I think he was trying to make us suffer. He wanted us to witness him being in agony, and that's how he wanted to go out.
Oh, that's sad. That's sad. I'm going to drug myself. I'm not going to be in any pain. And when it's time for me not to be here, I won't be. And no one will ever be able to say, "Oh, geez," because my sons both know that I've done this work for so long that I know how to just opt out. And they know that they're not, there's nothing that they can say or do that's going to change it, because it's not their life, it's mine.
Yeah.
So when it's my time, sayonara, be gone. Here's a quarter. Call someone who cares.
Yeah. There'll be no one who cares when I go because I don't have any children.
I will, because every time you're on the live and you don't get a chance to talk, I get mad. It's like, hello, she's there too. Let her talk. You would be fun to hang around with anyways.
Yeah.
Well, you have a personality. Most people your age don't.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I just think you didn't. You are an anti-natalist? Is that correct?
Who, me?
Yes.
Yes, radical.
But what was your reason before you knew about anti-natalism?
I've been antinatalist since I was a little girl, 7 years old, 6, 7. I saw my mother get pregnant with my parents divorced when I was a baby. My mother met this bloke, and next thing she's pregnant. So I knew it was self-inflicted, and I was horrified by it. Horrified. But then I suffer very badly from depression, so I have a very negative view on life anyway. But I've always been antinatalist. I wouldn't have a child for all the tea in China, and I wouldn't. Don't want to know, and I don't actually like babies very much. I prefer children when they become sort of 8, 9 years old. I don't like babies, and I wouldn't put myself through all that pain and all that. It looks so uncomfortable. It is very uncomfortable, isn't it, Divine? Divine?
All I know is that my first son, it was a beautiful pregnancy. He was healthy. I was healthy. I went everywhere. I was still enjoying a full life. You couldn't even tell I was pregnant until probably the month before I had him. And it took 72 hours for him to decide to enter the world. But, that's all part of it. That was expected. Did Lamaze and the whole 9 yards by myself. My partner was not included, even at that point. He just didn't want to be part of it. And, hey, no problem. I know how to do this. And so the second one was funny because when you have the second one, you're more prepared because you know how it's all going to go down. So you do as much as you can to make sure it doesn't go down the way the first one went down. Well, I waited until like 3:30 in the morning and he was here at 10 minutes of 4. No waiting at all, no problems, no hesitation, no issues, none. So
I must admit, the thought of being pregnant and giving birth absolutely horrifies me. And I'm so grateful to have lived in a time where I didn't have to.
I wouldn't do it again, even if I had the pleasure of having children. I had cancer when I was 28 and I had to have everything taken. But that was no problem because I had already had the 2 sons I desired anyway, so it didn't matter to me. But yeah,
I think human pregnancy is an absolute horror story.
I wouldn't do it again. If I were 28 again and I was, a youngster again and I was told I was going to have 2 sons, I probably would have said, yeah, I guess so. Here we go. But I don't know. Now I'm thinking probably not. Even though I've, the life I've had has been absolutely spectacular. The life that they've had has been fun. But I don't think I'd have children anymore.
No, I don't regret my decision. I made the right one. I'd rather just have a load of cats. Much nicer.
This world is it's just not the world that we planned it to be. And I don't think it's right to bring children into a world that's not in its.
No.
This isn't the world that they should be in or be part of.
Yeah, I saw that when I was a little girl already. I looked around me. Something doesn't quite look right. Something looked wrong. Always has done. Even when I was little, I saw it.
Well, I knew I could do a whole heck of a lot better job bringing up 2 sons than my mother did, so I was successful.
No. Plus, it's so bad for your figure, isn't it?
Actually, I left the hospital with my 110-pound body. Nothing was
okay,
crazy.
then.
Yeah, I wore my own jeans home.
Oh, well, you obviously got through it very well.
Yeah. I took care of myself too. You know, you have to take care of yourself. You just can't sit there and, I'm eating for two and just slug down food. You know, that's not how it goes.
Yeah, I think that's what most women do, isn't it?
Yep. They take it easy while they're pregnant because they know after that it's going to be like hell.
Yeah.
So may as well have fun while they can, I guess. I don't blame them.
No, I think human pregnancy is a horror story. Absolute horror story. Yeah.
Well, even though Jeremy came out really swift and fast, he had the cord in his neck a lot more times than he should have. So, you know, that part of it was a little nerve-wracking, but after that was over, it was all set.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I don't. Yes, I did the right thing not having any. I did the right thing. Yeah.
Everybody fall asleep?
I'm just working on some emails. I'm still here.
Well, of course, money is the root of many issues. Of course, it is. So, how are you getting on with your herbs? Do you find?
Well, the focus has been a little different this year. Just trying to make sure that I have as good a quality of life as I possibly can, and that means a lot less stress. So that's what I'm creating, a lot less stress in my life.
Yeah. Actually, I must tell you something weird. I bought myself a couple of mints about 6 weeks ago, I suppose. You know, mint plants.
Mm-hmm.
And normally, when I cut some cuttings off, put them in water and everything, and normally they grow lots and lots of roots. Not anymore. They've obviously now even managed to genetically modify the mint we buy to not grow roots, so that we get, more plants.
And that's a prolific. I'm surprised that they got away with
mint
that.
Grows like a demon, doesn't it?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. You can't contain it.
Yeah, I love it. I love mint.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's going with mints now as well. You know what other plant I love as well is curly parsley. I think it's so pretty. And I've been growing comfrey.
Oh, I have comfrey in my backyard.
Have you? Yeah. It's great for aches and pains. Fabulous.
Yeah.
Really, really works. Same as stinging nettle does. Yeah. Because what gets me to find is I'm only just starting to find all this out, because, the way we're brought up in this country, you're brought up in a city, army camps and everything, you learn nothing. And I find it so sad that I've only just discovered all this so late in life.
Yeah, it wasn't until after my divorce that I became an herbologist and an aromatherapist and just started, doing different things and creating different things that I wanted to do on the side beside taking care of elderly people, make sure they didn't have to go to nursing homes. And just having fun, watching the plant grow and then bringing it through to put it in to set it aside and make sure it was ready. You have to keep it in the dark, and then you open it up and then you see it when you go to put it in the bottles. It's like so fun to watch it all happen.
Yeah.
I love doing that.
Yeah.
Well, that's literally the only thing that I enjoy. I enjoy cats and gardening, but aside from that, I don't enjoy anything about life.
Yeah, you're like me. That's it. My cats and my pot plants, I've got lots and lots of pot plants, are the only things that keep me going.
Do you like music and movies?
Oh, of course I do.
What do you mean, of course? Some people don't.
Of course I like music.
Well, I was asking life abolitionism, though.
What?
I do, but it's not a reason. It's not a reason to live. It's not. It's just something to pass time.
Okay.
Oh, I love Brother Marcus. I love music. Love it. I play music every day.
I find like the meaning and purpose just as like I put the same weight on my copes of life. So, for example, whether or not a god had a cosmic meaning or purpose for my life, to me would just be another person's opinion. So just like talking to you guys on the internet, like if you said this is your purpose, I'll be like, okay, thanks for your opinion. I'm still going to do what fulfills my preferences, and that will be things like music, movies, books, gardening, simple things like that. And to me, that's enough. I'm not saying it justifies the creation of me, but it's what gets me through coping and enduring this existence.
Yeah.
Well, what I mean is like I just planted some. I mean, I planted a whole bunch of stuff, but it's like I'm actually looking forward to the spring when they actually mature. So that is something that I'm actually looking forward to. I'm taking care of these kittens, right? And so I want
Oh
to
yeah,
see.
what kittens? You got kittens?
Well, yeah, they're stray, and I had them in a playpen, but I'm sure that they're protected, and I'm trying to keep them warm, and I'm not bringing them in my house though. But
why not?
Because I have allergies, and my house. I mean, I have
sorry. Yeah, you did mention that. Yeah, yes.
And I have a small house, and so I'm not. I don't. It would be 4 cats if I include the mother. Two of the kittens already died, so I'm trying to protect the last 3.
God.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But aside from that, I don't even. That's the whole thing that my aunt didn't understand. She thought that I was like being greedy about. I don't even care about money. You need money to survive, but I'm not greedy when it comes to money.
Yeah.
Money. I don't know. Like if I had money, I would probably use it to help people. I wouldn't use it to just be greedy and just go waste it. Including my own family, I would have helped her, but I would have helped her in a different way because I wouldn't have just given her the money outright. I would have made sure that she was financially secure in the long term, meaning I would have created a business or done something or an investment or something. So it's not just blown and one spending spree. So I think she really didn't understand why I wanted the money. It wasn't just about me wanting to go buy stuff.
Yeah, I give lots of way to cat people, cat charities. Cats are my favorite life form. They are.
Well, the cats have the kittens have mites in their ears, and
no.
And the cat, they're still really squeamish. Like they don't really want me to touch them. So I don't know how I'm supposed to get them treated, but I did find out that bee propolis can actually kill the mites, and cats they can actually tolerate because like if you use something else like something that is herbal, really tolerate the essential oils in it. But bee propolis is something, and it was very difficult for me to find this information. It's not readily available on the internet. And these veterinarians are like these gatekeepers because they're not going to give you a prescription unless you bring all 4 cats in to get examined. And then these are not even my cats; these are stray cats. I'm just trying to do a good deed. Like, why do I have to go through all the rigmarole to get their ear mites treated?
Yeah, I know. Something I've never had for cats, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Well, they keep scratching and not look like they have these like black that look like coffee grounds, and I looked it up and it's ear mites. So I already have the bee propolis. It's kind of cold outside, so I'm kind of waiting for the right time that they'll actually let me handle them. I could try to do it by force, but I don't really want to like traumatize them.
Yeah.
The mother will let me pick them up, but the kittens won't.
There are all kinds of holistic vets out there, but you don't need to bring a cat or a dog to a vet. I know I had both, and they never went except when I wanted them cremated when they passed. My cats and dogs were never vaccinated or treated like that at all. I treated them just like I would my children, They don't need all that stuff. They live longer if they're not vaccinated.
Yeah.
My cat
Yeah.
was 19 years old, and my dog was, oh gosh, my dog was even older. I don't know. He was an old one. But yeah, they both lived long, healthy, happy lives.
Yeah, Chickpea was nearly 20, a couple of weeks off 20.
Yep.
She got diabetes and kidney failure.
If you
everything
go to an organic store or a natural food store, they can help you with all that kind of information too, because most of them have animals and they treat them holistically as well. So that's a good place to start. If you need more information, they can help you too. There's all kinds of people out there that have dogs and cats that don't vaccinate and don't bring them to the vet every
I
minute.
don't vaccinate my
So
cat.
yeah, that would be a good thing for you to tap into the local community who have animals and pets, so that you're not wondering and trying to find out for yourself.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I emailed 2 local clinics and neither one of them responded. And I'm assuming they just want me to bring them in.
No, they want your money. Don't do that. You're at the wrong place.
Money
Just
they
keep
want.
looking until you find the right people. Just, it's not, I don't know why they do that. Jeepers. I guess that's
But
the
there's
business
quite
area.
there are a couple of vets on YouTube that you can go to for help. They give you advice anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Mine are all here with me, all my cats. Don't know what to do without them, actually. Because there'd be no reason to be alive without them. Just no reason. Yeah. My first love was a cat, and my last love will be a cat.
And it's crazy because I'm feeding them like twice a day and they have plenty of food, but they still want to breastfeed. And the mother doesn't really want to do that because I get they have their teeth and I guess it hurts her. So
Yeah.
when I'm trying to feed her, they'll eat the food, but they kind of prefer the milk. So they'll just like disregard the food and they're bothering her while she's trying to eat. And so I don't know.
Don't worry. If she was really, really bothered, she'd soon let them know. Don't worry about it too much.
No, because as soon as she's done, she'll just like move away. Like she doesn't want them to. They have their teeth. I know that she doesn't like it. Like,
yeah, she's weaning them off. That's why they're not supposed to be doing that. They are missing the suckling action because of the colostrum they get within the body. That's a natural thing that happens through the milk. But they're old enough not to do that, and she's trying to teach them not to do that, and they're opposing her. That's all that is.
She'll get them. She'll teach them eventually.
Oh yeah, she will.
And I don't think anyone does motherhood quite like a cat. Don't care what anyone says. Make the most beautiful mothers, cats. Don't they? They are gorgeous with their kittens. You have to admit. Gorgeous. Yeah.
Well, I was trying to protect them because, like I said, the other litters have died. They run out in the street and get hit by cars, and they drive so fast, they don't even care.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, terrible, isn't it?
And then there's the male cats that are probably killing them. And then they were getting underneath the hood of my car. Like I would open if I didn't,
They go there for the warmth.
Well, they were so small that it was like the one place they could squeeze into and find some safety. But I got a playpen so that they can actually still be outside, but they don't have to worry about all these other threats. So once they get a little bit bigger, then I'll let them out.
Yeah.
I think you're doing a good job. You're doing the best you can, right? Then that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no one in the world as cute as a kitten. I think anyone has to say. Why have babies when you could just have a kitten? That's my philosophy.
Well, I guess if people could have kittens, they probably would.
Yeah. Yeah, I prefer kittens to babies any day of the week. Good Lord. I tell you, if I were walking past the canal and had the toss up between if it was a drowning baby and a drowning kitten, I'm afraid I would save the drowning kitten. And I would. I know that about myself.
You know, most people, I'm not going to say most people, but they prefer dogs over cats. So they would choose the puppy. I'm not really fond of dogs, but especially in America, I'm not sure how it is in the UK, but Americans prefer dogs.
Yeah, I
Not me.
yeah, I don't know what this thing is here. I've never thought about it, to be honest.
I've had both. I prefer cats.
Yeah, I prefer cats. Yeah, definitely prefer cats any day of the week. Yeah. Yeah.
They're independent minded and they're not as needy.
Yes.
You don't
Yeah.
have to walk them. I have to be
Yeah.
honest. I'm not. There's nothing worse than watching someone get dragged down the street walking their dog.
Oh, because I'm thinking about, I've got this tomcat, he's a huge boy, and I'm thinking about buying him a little harness and taking him out for walks just for fun. I'd rather enjoy the attention. Yeah. Would give me reason to go out. D&W.
I don't think he's here anymore.
No, D&W worries about the fact that I never go out.
I am here, guys. I'm just doing something. I'm sorry, but I am listening.
Because I told you, fine, I've got this most gorgeous, enormous ginger Tom, and he is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. He's the man of the house.
But you do go out. I have a similar lifestyle like you do. I think it's fine.
What, not going out much? Yeah, because
I don't go out much.
No, my flat is all blue, and I've got big yellow lights, and it's very, very, pretty, and it's just blue. Whereas I go outside, grey buildings, grey sky, grey this, grey that. I may as well just stay indoors in my blue flat. At least it's blue. You know?
To go for like a regular, just walk around the neighborhood over the week.
Well, I used to, but I find life. I find the architecture's it's so grey. Everything's grey here. You know, grey.
Well, it's more about like, do you get your body moving kind of thing?
Oh yeah, I do plenty of housework, and I do a bit of. I do those dance steps every now and again. You know, the 20-minute dance routines that you do in the living room on YouTube. But yeah, I just find the world's become so grey. Grey buildings, grey streets, cars, and more fucking cars. I'm so sick of cars. And yeah. Whereas my flat is blue and big yellow lights. Lots of sunflowers, albeit fake ones.
Well, I was listening to Ann Coulter, and she's saying that the UK is no longer safe because of immigration. Is that true?
Yes, it is becoming like that now. Yes. I'm not the only one saying this. There's lots of people saying it. They pest you. I know what, even I'm 71 years old, even I get pestered. One time a couple of years ago, I was on a bus and I was sitting in the pensioner's seat, and some idiot came and sat next to me in the pensioner's seat and started playing with himself. I'm 71. This is what's happening in this country. It's gone completely insane. Hello, I'm talking about a man playing with himself on the bus.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. Yeah, no one came to my aid. I was the one that had to get off the bus and wait for another one. It's there's a channel called Talk TV on YouTube, and there's one particular female on there, one that, the journalist, she's always talking about it. And she gets pestered quite a lot because she's still quite young. Yeah. Yes. Western Europe is heading for a bad fall. Yeah. Just as predicted by little old man sitting in a cave 2,000 years ago. DNW. Ooh.
Oh, it was probably DNW's great-great-great-great-grandfather or something.
No, it was a Greek guy. Well, it happened in Greece, wasn't it, John Sutton? Yeah. Was it a Greek guy? I don't know what nationality he was, actually. But, yeah, the invasion of the West.
I don't know. I've never been to Europe, but it just, it seems like, at least in the past, it seemed like the Europeans were a lot happier than Americans.
Yes.
Like, there's never a period where, well, I would say the 80s were probably a little bit better, but there's
80s were very nice. London in the 70s and 80s. The 80s were really good fun. I really enjoyed myself in the 80s up until about 1987. The 80s were fun. They were fun. I did enjoy myself, I have to admit. But yeah, but you should see what's happening in Europe and places like Germany and Holland and Belgium. You have to see it to believe it. And I mean, these countries used to be pristine. You could have eaten off the streets in Germany. Now it's turning into a right shit tip. It really is. And France, another place, and Portugal. Yes. Better not talk about it because, yeah.
Well, that's the whole trap because they have really pushed. I'm not going to say that they really pushed anti-natalism, but they did really push a child-free lifestyle on Europeans.
I'm not surprised young people aren't breeding. I'll tell you something, I'm not surprised. And I think any young person that has children, any young European that has children, well, I look around me and quite frankly, I wouldn't bring a child into it if I was even, if I was somebody considering having children. Europe is downhill.
The problem is that they didn't procreate, and yet they still don't get to reap the benefits of low birth rates. They don't, because they're just being replaced with immigration. So
Yeah,
the
exactly. That's why they're not having children. And I don't blame these young people. I don't blame them. I tell you, it's I don't know what to make of it all. Just don't understand.
I mean, because all of the socialist countries, they have low birth rates. All the European socialist countries, because if there's fewer people, then there's more resources to go around. But you can't have an infinite amount of people and think that you're just going to give everybody free housing, free food, free like too many people.
Yeah, it's all gone too far. It's all gone too far. Thing is, they have to import loads and loads of people because of the aging population. Well, I don't know what to make of that.
But that's the problem that they created because they told them not to procreate, and then now.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you keep procreating, you're going to get a massive population explosion.
I mean, I agree with that, but my whole thing is that if they were told not to procreate, then their population should have been left alone. They should have just been left alone with their low birth rates instead of replacing them with migrants. Just leave them alone.
No, there's something very sinister going on. I tell you, there's something not quite right with the whole thing. There's something weird going on. Really weird. Doesn't add up. It doesn't. No, it's, yeah, I don't know what to make of it all anymore. I'm glad I'm not a youngster, and I am. Because I dread to think what it all future holds. But yeah. Some of this film's living some strange foreign land. It's all Western Europe. It's not just the UK. It's all that western part of the, Europe. Isn't it happening in America as well?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think America is sort of acceptable because America was always a melting pot. It was never,
Yes, that's true. Plus, America's got more land mass. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I just don't know. And the thing is, with all this, a lot of them are living off the welfare state. Free housing, free this, free that, lots of benefits, even getting driving lessons, all being paid for by the taxpayer.
Yeah, nothing about this is sustainable.
It's not sustainable.
They're going to destroy not just this. This is going to be a global crisis.
Yes, it is. I tell you, I hope I'm not here when the poop hits the fan. And I really do hope it, but I suspect I will be. It's But the worst part, it was all prophesied by a little man sitting in a cave 2,000 years ago. He talks about the invasion of the West by 200 million. Well, it seems to be happening. Yeah. Must talk about because it's not allowed.
I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about.
well, that's just let's just leave it at that because I'll tell you something. I don't know to make it all anymore.
About like the man in the cave reference?
Yes. Oh, sorry, the man in the cave. You obviously haven't read. I'm one of these weirdos, okay, that believes the Revelation, and the Revelation talks about the invasion of 200 million. They're going to invade the West. Well, this was written in Greece, so the West is Western Europe. But haven't you read the Revelation?
Yeah, in the book of Revelations, it says, woe to the woman with child during those days, talking about the end times.
Yes,
So
yes.
I'm not sure why these Christians have really twisted the Bible around to say that procreation is such a good thing. It's like there's so many Bible verses which say the complete opposite. They have that one verse where God told Noah to be fruitful and multiply, and they decided to run with it. It's like, what about all the other Bible verses that tell people not to procreate?
Yeah, well, the Bible does contradict itself a bit.
A bit.
Yeah, it does contradict. It's full of contradictions. But I just happen to believe this particular book. I've always believed it. I don't know why. I just do. Because I do believe we're living in the end of days. I really believe
Who
it.
wrote the Book of Revelation?
A bloke called John.
Was he in a cave?
Yeah, in Ipsos, Greece. My favorite country.
Was he just like tripping on acid or something?
No. Apparently, he.
Why
weird.
was he in the cave in the first place?
He was incarcerated on the island of Ipsos.
So they used the island as like a jail cell, or
There must have been something like that going on. I don't know. I don't know the whole story. But basically, he was sitting in this cave, and somebody came to him and showed him the future on something. It's really weird because I'll tell you something really weird about it all, actually, because it says there's one bit and it talks about a woman in the sky, and she's pregnant and she's got a crown of 12 stars and the moons at her feet and everything. But that combination of stars took place in November 2017, and it's a combo that can only be seen as a computer graphic and only happens once every 7,500 years. And it's written there. But this John, says he was shown this by this being, and this can only be seen as a computer graphic, which is so weird. There's something weird about it. I'm just one of those silly. I just believe the Bible because when I was a teenager, I was a Bible freak, and I was. it's just the way I was when I was a teenager. In fact, I've been a Bible freak. Coming here, yeah, I don't know. I've always been a bit odd. Something wrong with me.
Have you looked at the Gnostic Bible?
I haven't looked at the Bible itself, but I know quite a lot about it because David Icke writes about it all, and I've got all his books. He writes about what the Gnostics have said and everything. But I haven't read the Gnostic Bible, no.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the Gnostic version makes more sense than a traditional version.
Yeah.
They specifically took out those Gnostic texts, which should have been
Yes, I
included.
know, yes. Yeah.
And so the original God, the God who's actually higher than the guy in the Bible, the demiurge, that is actually a female god called Sophia.
No, the demiurge is our God.
That's what I'm saying.
soul,
In the Gnostic Bible, Sophia is higher than the God that you guys follow.
Yes. Yeah, no, yeah.
I remember
But
D&W covering Sophia.
Yeah. It's also because I used to just believe that I just believe what the Christians believe, that you die and you sort of go to sleep in heaven, basically. And all of a sudden that all went away and I started believing what the Gnostics have to say. I'm not very happy about it because the thought of reincarnation absolutely horrifies me.
Well, it just makes more sense because it basically paints the God of the Old Testament as being evil. And it's just like, really, when you look at it, he's jealous, he's wrathful. It's just like,
he's an asshole, yes.
Right. And so we were always told that he was good and fair and just, but it's like nothing about the Old Testament is fair and just. And so when you're presented with the Gnostic Bible, it makes sense because Jesus did not come, at least according to the Gnostic Bible, he didn't come from the demiurge of the Old Testament. He actually came from Sophia.
Right, yeah.
And so the way that Gnostics, I consider myself a Gnostic, that Jesus was not the son of the God of the Old Testament, that Jesus actually came to destroy that God.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Mine, there's also the belief, the other one about it's all just a load of astrology and that Jesus is the sun and the 12 star signs are the 12 something or others and it's all weird. Yeah.
Right. That's what I said earlier. It's not literal. Like, I don't take it literally, but there's an esoteric message behind it.
Yeah. 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 But I find it all very scary because unfortunately, I believe what the Gnostics said, and I find it all very frightening.
Life abolitionism, do you believe in the underlying message?
Who, me?
Life abolitionism.
Especially when you read the Gospel of Judas, it makes total sense. It's the only way to really liberate yourself is through a higher consciousness. That the stuff that we get out of Christianity, this is not even original. Like it follows the same thing. You see the same thing with Eastern religions. You see the same thing with the Kabbalah. It's the same recurring theme over and over again. So I think that we are all one. I mean, actually, what's his name? I can't think of his damn name all of a sudden. The one who came before David Minotaur, the Arthur Schopenhauer. Same thing. He didn't call it God. He called it the will to life. But when you read what he wrote, it's the same thing. It's like we are all one. We all came from the same source. And I think, I guess I probably believe Schopenhauer more than anybody else. That makes total sense, that we all came from the same source, that there's the will and its representations. the fact that people think that we are individuals, I think that is an illusion. What you do to somebody else, you're actually doing to yourself. You're basically, whatever kind of energy you're putting out into the world is going to come back to you. So if you want a fair and just world, then you have to be fair and just yourself.
Yeah.
You believe in like some type of cosmic justice or like just world theory kind of thing?
No, not in a literal sense, but I think if you inflict violence on people, or if that's the way that you live, I think on the flip side, I think you can be fair and you can actually not be violent or not screw people over. You still get screwed over. So I don't think that it's fair that way, but I think that the problem is that we're not separate in the first place. So it's like whatever you put out comes back to you, not because it comes back to you personally, but because we are all connected anyway. So you may not experience it directly, but at the very least, it's going to affect your children. You're creating the type of world that you want to live in.
And is it like a type of causal determinism, or like something more different metaphysically?
I don't know. I just find it all a complicated mess. And I find life personally very, very difficult and complicated.
Well, because it sounds like, given that theory, that all our sufferings would be based on like past lives or other things ancestors did, and we're paying the price of that. Is that how it works?
No, I don't believe in reincarnation at all. I think
I do.
Not literally. I think that there's an energy force that we came from, and you go back to the source. But I don't think consciousness actually survives your physical death. I think your consciousness dies when your body dies.
Do you? Because I tell you, that's an interesting thing. Because I was talking to DW today about our consciousness and our bodies. Because I've had an out-of-body experience, and when you're having an out-of-body experience, your consciousness and your soul and everything exists outside your body. It does. I know this has happened to me.
Right, and I've had an outer body experience too, but I'm not sure what to make of it. Like I can't explain it scientifically.
Did you have it under surgery, or mine was under surgery?
Accident, and also that was the second one, but the first one was I think when George Bush got reelected, because I was in the military and I thought I was going to be deployed to go to Iraq, and so I had an outer body experience. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm. It's like, am I imagining that actually happened, or did it actually happen? I don't know.
Well, mine happened when I was 7 years old, and it's still as clear in my mind 63 years later. 64 years later. I had it under surgery. I came out of my body, and I just floated around above myself, watched the doctor work and all me and the others, and floated around the room a little bit, and I didn't go back in until they wheeled me out of the room. But my soul and my consciousness were with me above the body. So we can live without our meat bags. The meat bag is just a prison for your soul. Hello? And I could also see, because somebody said, how do you manage to see if you haven't got a brain? But I could see. Hello?
Hello.
No answer.
But this is the thing. People always say that, but at the same time, nobody can remember their past lives.
I can remember. Did I do? Oh, you don't know about me and the thing. I went to see a hypnotherapist, and this is the honest truth. Back in the 80s, I went to see a hypnotherapist to try and stop smoking, oddly enough. And then I found myself in a weird position where I was in this place of blue light. I witnessed my conception, and I witnessed this fetus growing. Obviously, it was, in a different whole time warp thing. And it kept growing and growing until it was a baby. And then the forehead began to cave in. So I put my hand out, I put a V on the forehead. Then I went into this thing. But my mother told me I was born with a big red V on my forehead. Why am I telling you this? What did you just say to me?
About people not remembering their past lives.
Yeah, I remember being in a situation before I was actually born. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I believe in past lives to a degree because I've had a number of them that I still remember.
Yeah. Plus, children in India tend to remember their past lives because they talk about it, whereas we live in a world you mustn't talk about bloody anything when you're a child. It's all pushed aside. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Because I remember once my brother used to talk about weird things. I remember one occasion he would have been about 18 months old, and all of a sudden he went and ran into the middle of the road and said, I must go and lay down in the middle of the road, as if he was in some sort of demonstration about something. Oh, it's all very weird. There's something very weird going on. I don't care what anyone says.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can't say for sure, but I hope there isn't an afterlife because I do.
Yes, well, that I think there is, unfortunately, which is why I come here, because I don't want another stint on this planet. I've had it. I'm knackered with it. Absolutely worn out with it. I hate the place. It's a shithole. No, we reincarnate. Indian children talk about it. It's quite common.
I don't know because I had a friend who was telling me that, and I don't really want to talk about it on his channel. Y'all know where I'm going. That I shouldn't have a graceful exit because I would just be reborn into a worse situation, and I'm just like, I need some citations for that.
Yes, it's very unpleasant. It's a very unpleasant, brutal truth. It's a horrible, horrible, horrible thing. It's why I come here, to try and find something. Because, there's this thing, and you may have heard of it, where people, when you die, you go into there's this corridor of light, and there's all the people from your past, from your life at the corridor of light to welcome you. And then there's also the dark. No one's ever come back from the dark, but people have come back from the corridor of light, and they all say the same thing about it, this strange corridor of light. But no one's ever come back from the dark, and they do say you should go into the dark. I mean, it's terrifying. You just die. So if you have a traumatic death, you apparently go to some sort of fucking checkpoint, and then you go to the corridor of light, apparently.
But if that's the case, then you wouldn't need human beings to procreate because they would just be born out of immaculate perfection.
Well, you need the egg and the sperm, don't you? That's the
no, because I had some, and I can't remember the name of his channel. He talks about Gnosticism, and I talked about antinatalism. He's just like, well, even if you don't procreate, like you just manifest in some other form. Even if you were to, exit yourself, then you would just be reborn anyway. And I'm just like,
yeah, well, you're reborn into the next sperm and egg situation.
Right, but he's saying that antinatalism won't do anything because you'll just manifest anyway.
That's quite possible. Yes, that little horror could be possible.
I remember one of my situations where I had a near-death experience. There were two choices, and I went with what everybody else was doing in that moment. So there was kind of like this, I guess, kind of like a little bit of a hallway. On one side of the entrance of the
Yeah.
hallway was Jesus, and on the other side was a man that was his friend, I guess. And there were people in the actual hallway where most of the light was. And as I walked up to it, I turned around because I realized I wasn't supposed to be going through there. And I turned around and I gave that person that was representing to be Jesus holy hell for being there. I says, I know you from a past life, and why are you standing here? I says, and why are you allowing all these people to go by you thinking that they're supposed to be doing this? He goes, look, lady, I was just told to stand here. I'm not even the real Jesus.
Yeah.
And so then, obviously I came back into body and everything. That was, I think it was 2021 is when that happened to me.
Yeah.
And then, I had a past life that connects me to this home. I was a Civil War soldier. When I moved here, my bayonet and my guns and pistols were still in the tap room, in the front room. I had horses here in that lifetime. And I was riding my horse in the field, and it got caught up in the barbed wire. And when it did, it broke its leg. It also landed on my left leg and broke my leg. I was 50 at the time in that lifetime. And in this lifetime, I was 50. I broke my left femur and my left leg.
Yeah.
So that's one of my lifetimes I've had.
Yeah.
The other one was I was living on the edge of a very small community back in, I would have considered myself in the Robin Hood age, I guess you could call it. I equate myself with simple things like that. So, and I was giving medicinal medicines to the community as they needed them. I knew instinctually what to give them. And so I would come out of my hiding, what I would consider it was my home, and I would bring it into them and give it to them. And then I would leave and go home. And that was my life. That's what I did. And I guess they thought I was a witch. And then they put me on the stake. And I said, you know what, Hazel, it's up to you. You can do what you want to do with this, or you can make it better than it is. And so I opted to distract everyone by an ember going up past me, and my soul was in the ember. So everyone was looking up. And as they were looking up, my physical body was burning. And that to me helped them relieve themselves of actually having to see that again. I mean, because it was a thing back then that everybody got burnt at the stake in the middle of town and everybody would watch it. And I just thought that was, even children were watching that. I just thought it was like a little traumatic than they needed to be. And I didn't want to be part of the trauma. So I was burnt at the stake, and that was another one of my lifetimes. Another one of my lifetimes, I was a male, and I was the ruler of a country, and a lot of people were counting on me to make really good decisions. And I guess I made quite a few good decisions because the community was thriving and everything. But I guess I made one bad decision, and it caused a lot more people to be destroyed than needed to be. And so, sometimes I don't think you have any control over that stuff.
I know when I was little, I could knit and sew and crochet without anybody telling me how to do it. And I remember when I was at school, teachers would say things about anything to do with knitting or sewing. And I'd be sitting there wondering why she was telling me things I already knew.
Exactly.
It suggested to me I was probably working as a housemaid somewhere and doing all the knitting and the sewing and the crocheting for whoever. Yeah. But I just find, I don't know what to make of it, but I just don't want another stint. I just don't want to come back again.
Well, in that case, you just keep it firmly fixed in your mind from here to the point where you do pass on, and that you're going to go to the creator of all,
Yes.
the source of
Think-
all creation. Because otherwise, than that, if you get mixed up with the rest of them who's going left,
Yes.
and that's how I viewed it. If everyone was going left, they were going the wrong direction. If you go
Yes.
straight to source, is straight. You just
Yeah.
and you keep saying you have to not be distracted, because
Yes.
that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to
Yes.
distract you during that time period to
This
make you
is
go
what's
left. But
scaring me. This is
just
what's
keep
scaring
saying
me.
over and over in your head, I'm going to source, I'm going to God, I'm going to
Yes.
source, I'm going to God. And
Yes.
that's
Yes.
where you will go, because,
Yes.
you know, I guess there's some sort of, I don't know, something they get out of it from us going left.
Well, they feed. They feed off our misery, don't they?
Yeah,
You know. And
exactly.
yeah, because I'm, yeah, I'm terrified, because apparently when we die, we go through a checkpoint before we go to the corridors. And imagine you have a very, very traumatic death. Then I wonder how that affects how your mind works after your death.
Well, I would
find-
imagine just the fact that you're gone, and all of a sudden you're coming back again. That's null and void at that point.
Yeah, I don't
You know,
if
you're
I
on a
find it
whole new
very-
life. I mean, I don't know. I'm just
Yeah.
taking guesses.
Yeah.
So.
But no one's ever come back from the dark. You know, you go to the corridor, you go to the dark. No one's ever come back from the dark, whereas people have
Right,
come
everybody.
back from the corridor.
Maybe there
Anybody
wasn't a
listening
dark
who wants
after
to
all.
come on? Anybody listening who wants to come on, now's your chance, because I am going to end the show in about 5 minutes, but you can chat backstage if you want to afterwards. I'm just putting that out there in case anybody wants to come on and talk. Okay, guys.
Yeah. But it's all very scary, Divine. I don't know. Anyway, yes. That's why I come here, hoping that.
You know that thing you got scheduled that you said you're going to do today? I don't know if you want to share it, but like, how did it go? And if you don't want to share it, that's fine too, DNW.
Oh, sorry, you talk about my tooth. Oh, yeah, I had a mercury filling replaced.
All right.
Yeah, it went okay, actually. Well, actually, I don't know if it did. It feels a bit weird. Basically, I don't know if any of you have had a filling lately. But I had an old mercury filling replaced with a new ceramic one. And what they do is they numb you. They drill the hole. They re-drill the hole. Obviously, they suck out the mercury as they're doing that, and then they use this weird kind of sonar fucking thing that builds an AI replica of your tooth and the hole. And yeah, it's like this little metal probe that they just stick in your mouth, and they just start like rubbing it around all your teeth, and it makes this pulsating sound like that. And basically on the computer you can see this image of your teeth being formed by the AI. And then the AI does its thing, and it basically somehow it etches out a block of ceramic to exactly fit the hole in your tooth that they drill. And then they basically push that in, and they use some weird, I don't know what it is, but they use some cement and sorry, they put some cement in, and then they push that in. Then they basically seal it with light. So it all sounds very magical. So
yeah, I've had that done. I took all my old ones out and put all new ceramic fillings in. They seal it with that light form.
Yeah. So when I close my mouth, it seems like that tooth is a little bit higher than it used to be, where the ceramic is. I don't know.
You'll grind it down in no time.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It just feels a little bit different when I close my teeth, you know. But yeah, it's I had it done before. I had a mercury filling replaced before, so I've got a few more to replace. So little by little, I'm getting them out, and I'm getting ceramic put in their place. So
upgrades.
Make sure you're careful in how you're going about your life as far as all that metal gets put back into your body. So you may have to do a metal cleanse.
What? Yeah, I mean, they were sucking it out, but I was worried about that. I was thinking,
Yeah,
maybe
some
you're
of it
better off
can't help but
leaving
just
them.
land. You know what I mean? It just randomly
Yeah.
will land inside of your body, and you accidentally swallow it. So you know, just be
That's
careful.
what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. So,
Yep.
how would one do a metal cleanse then, Divine?
There's green juices that you can take. Zeolite's good for that, and a combination of different green juices like kale and spinach and chlorophyll and a bunch of other. They've got some recipes online.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll have a look at it, because I did think, well, if this stuff is so toxic, you're probably better off leaving it in, because when they're drilling it, it's going to be turning into like micro fucking particles of it, and it's going to be going into your skin and into your gums and into your down the back of your gullet. So I was thinking, even if they suck it out, surely little bits of it would be going everywhere. But anyway, it is what it is. I suppose it's all about money at the end of the day. The dentist recommended it, and it made him some money. But there you go.
Sure, but I think you can take activated charcoal. I'm not sure if, because that binds to metals.
Sorry?
I think you can take activated charcoal for that.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'll look into it. Thanks for that. But nobody came on, so I will end the show. Thanks to you guys for making it work tonight.
Thank
we will
you.
come back again soon. So turn on your
Thank you,
notifications,
DNW, for
everybody.
providing this for us.
That's okay.
Thank
And as
you.
I said, you can stay on and talk if you want to. What was I going to say? Yeah, everybody, turn your notifications on, and we will be back again soon. If tomorrow, if not Friday. So yeah, thank you.
I
Everybody.
can't
Take
believe
care.
it's already the 6th of November.
That's it.
Isn't it time